How would I say
chat. No, this is coming. She's not. Sorry, how do you know where it is?
I have saved this particular one on my files. Today I files on my
Let me see because I'm using my Wi-Fi. Let's see. Let's see. I have disconnect.
You have to disconnect.
I can't disconnect. I can't use AirDrop anymore. I'm already connected to. Do you have your cord yet?
Yes, I do. Okay,
Let's
you can
see.
just hold it.
My hand is very busy. What do you have, bro? What do you want? No. Sure. Come in here and change it. Don't you want to watch it? She right. We must stop streaming. Go all out. Ring bang. No, ring bang. And it's gone like it, except if they use a different account entirely now. Please check your. What's the code? Push some. Time she done very. No, and I come back for you can plug it and I need something like this, man. The speaker be online. That the other. I'm not like it. Let me say that.
Please let us hear another round of applause, please. Alright, so let's introduce our first speaker. But before we do that, let us give you who is Mr. is the Managing Director of Mercy, a faith-based global digital bank for communities. Previously, he has been a two-time Director of Partnerships for two UK-based global payments companies. As an executive product leader and business operator, Renee has overseen product launches with monthly transaction value of $5 million, 7 users in Europe, Asia, North America, and Africa as a whole. In over 15 years of product leadership and business experience, she has contributed more than $200 million in revenue. Companies across mobility, business to business, commerce, and also SaaS and prior to this status, his experience cuts across business development, marketing, and business advisory in various sectors, including real estate, where he was part of business initiatives to the tune of 120 million naira in the space of 2 years. As a digital marketing consultant, he has implemented numerous digital marketing strategies for clients across B2B and B2C, that is business to customer, including blog and newspaper outreach, PR, social media, and contextual advertising management. As part of his contribution to the ecosystem, Wale has mentored several early stage startups on growth marketing, including initiatives powered by Google, taking their institute, CC Hub, the Tony Elmo Entrepreneurship Program, and Sisters. His articles on growth marketing are widely syndicated in local tech blogs in Nigeria. So without further, let us give a warm welcome. All right, so unfortunately he's not around. So while we're waiting for him, let us introduce the next speaker, which is, all right, sorry about that. I think he was all right, so while we are expecting him, we already know what we are expecting from him. Okay, so I think the next person that is around is Mr. Rotimi Oluwole Rotimi. So we'll give him a round of applause as he takes stage. Okay. Sorry, please give me a minute. Sorry about that. All right. So we have Mr. Rotimi Odushola. He's a legal practitioner. He was called to the Nigerian bar in December 1993. He started his career first with the prestigious law firm of Aluko and Oyebode, where he worked till February 2003, and he left there as a senior associate. He joined the legal department of MTN Nigeria Communications PLC, contributing to the development and strengthening of the legal and regulatory function of the company, and rising to the position of the senior manager, commercial, legal, and group as legal director for Guinness Business PLC, and was later appointed as the company secretary of Guinness Nigeria. In January 2016, alongside his role as legal director, he also held the role of the legal advisor and also the company secretary of Diageo Brands Nigeria Limited. He still currently holds the position of corporate relations director and company secretary for Guinness, with oversight for a wide spectrum of stakeholder relationships management cutting across government agencies, regulatory bodies, and also public institutions. He also has responsibility for sustaining to the deeply embedded corporate government practices of the company. Mr. Rotimi is an experienced business leader
and corporate governance practitioner with vast corporate, commercial, legal experiences in areas including company secretarial, corporate governance, compliance and ethics, corporate relations, government, and regulatory affairs management. He also has extensive experience in arbitration, litigation management, courtroom advocacy, and dispute resolution. He is a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, particularly the section of Business Law and Corporate Counsel Forum, the International Bar Association, as well as the Association of Corporate Counsel. Rotimi has served as a member of the Legal Professional Regulations Review Committee set up by MBA in December 2016. He is also a member of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators in Nigeria, as well as the Institute of Directors, currently serving as a member of IOD Ethics Committee on the review of ethics for its members and employees from 2019 till date. He is a 2014 alumnus of the International Visitors Leadership Program of the U.S. Department. He is passionate about mentoring and developing young people, particular younger colleagues, in the legal profession. He is currently a member of the Board of Governors of a reputable private secondary school in Lagos. Rotimi graduated from the Ogun State University, Agoiwoye, and also the Nigerian Law School in 1993. He holds an MBA from the University of Leicester, UK. He is also a sports enthusiast and has served as the second vice chairman of the Lagos State Scrabble Sports Association and as a member of the ad hoc committee on the establishment of a Lagos Football Super League. He is currently a member of the OSU Law Faculty alumni. He is married and blessed with 3 lovely kids. Let us give a warm round of applause to Mr. Rotimi as we welcome him to the stage. Yes, sir. All right, yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. I'm pleased to meet you today. I was telling Sheyi that I have a meeting with you today, but I'm actually meeting why, sir. My wonderful friends and colleagues in the house, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. When I got the call from Sheyi to come and be part of this session, I was concerned about whether or not it would not fall on a time that I would not be available. But when he told me the date and time and turned out to be some time that I'll be available, I thought, oh yeah, this is a wonderful platform for me. I enjoy actually speaking to young people, and I'm pleased to note that from my church, I'm a member of St. Paul's Anglican Church in Mafuluku. There are youths from my church in the house, because when Sheyi told me, I said, can I share this with my own people? He said, yes. And I know that if the online thing is working, I'm pretty certain that there'll be some other people. So if you are from St. Paul's Anglican Church, can you please rise up? Let's give them a special... God bless you. Thank you very much. Sheyi, I expect you to be rising up too. You are from St. Paul's Mafoluku, right? Aha. Okay. All right. So let's get into it. I'm conscious that I have just about 15 minutes, and I'm also conscious of the fact that we have also important people who are also going to be speaking to us. So when Sheyi reached out to me and explained, you know, the idea behind this concept to me, I was truly excited about it, because I felt this is, apart from the fact that it is an initiative coming from someone who is also a young person, it's a wonderful initiative. It's an opportunity to speak to the people who are the future of this country. If we look around us and what is going on in Nigeria today, you really have to be strong-hearted not to be disillusioned about, you know, what's going on in the country. And it's been building and building. Unfortunately, there doesn't appear to be, you are not confident that things are going to get better. But by God's grace, we're praying with God's mercy that God will turn this nation around in Jesus' name. Turn this nation around for good, for better in Jesus' name. Now, God is going to use people. And I strongly believe in my heart that some of the people in this room are part of the people that God is going to use to turn Nigeria around. I'm pretty certain that many of you are on the jackpot trail. How many people are on the jackpot trail? Just don't worry. See, we're in a global community. The world is global now. Very soon, we'll even be talking about knocking down borders, and there will be no boundaries anymore. There's nothing bad about being on the jackpot trail. But for as long as you are in this country, you have to recognize that the world is now global. There are many people who are in Nigeria today, and they're working for Google, they're working for Microsoft, and they live here. So don't be constrained in your thinking that your opportunity to progress in life only lies when you cross the border of Nigeria. The world has moved beyond that. In fact, there are many companies in the world today that they render service to clients all over the world, but they are only based in one particular country. So if you look in the tech industry, let me even use an example that will resonate with a lot of us that are here. In the telecoms industry, the companies that provide service, customer service, to billions of customers across the world, many of them are sited in India. Tech companies like MTN are also thinking of bringing, their own customer service center to a place like Nigeria where they will, serve the rest of the world or the rest of Africa. So you need to recognize that being progressive and thriving in this world that we are in today is not solely dependent on whether you are in Nigeria or not. You have to think global. Very consistent with the theme of this gathering, harnessing the opportunities that exist with a global consciousness. So to set the stage, I'm going to speak a little bit about myself, maybe for 5 minutes. I hope I can do that. I think, I don't know where you guys got most of the things that you said about me, but these days, information is all over the internet anyway, so you can pick up stuff about people. But there are some things that maybe you wouldn't find on the internet about individuals. So I want to speak about myself, my growing up, and I'm following the guidelines being provided to me by the organizers. So how did it all begin? So I went to Ogun State University, first and foremost, and I'm proud to say that. A lot of people will think about, when you talk about universities in Nigeria, you think, oh, the prestigious ones are the federal universities. I went to Ogun State University. I'm very, very proud to say that. I think my foundation was cemented in that, what I went through in that institution. And regardless of the institution that you guys are part of today, it is what you make of it that is going to matter. It doesn't matter if you are sent to an Ivy League institution anywhere in the world and you do not apply yourself, you are not diligent in your work, you do not focus, it is not likely that you are going to amount to much. But wherever you are, you can make the most of the opportunities that are presented to you. So after I left school, Ogun State University, went to the law school in 1992. And in those days, companies will come to the NYSC camp to come and literally just look for people. Nigeria was still kind of okay then, 1992. Some of us were not born then. Many of us were not born then. And I remember I did some tests of, banks. We were all fixated about working in banks and oil industry back then. There's a bank that we call Fountain Trust Merchant Bank, and another one, Nigerian American Merchant Bank, NAMBO. I passed for both of them, so I had a choice of saying, which one am I going to? Remember, I'm a lawyer. I didn't study banking. So in those days, I thought to myself, Nigerian American Merchant Bank, I will let Mama run your Los America go. So I chose to go to NAMBO. I was posted to NAMBO, but I had done my law office attachment in a law firm called Aluko and Oyebode. And Namble offices were very close to Alukan Oyebode offices back then. So one day, after I started serving, I just went to the place to say hello to the partners there. And they said, how can you be serving in Lagos and you're not working with us? And they insisted that I should go and change my posting from the bank to the law firm. It sounded like, are you okay? A lot of people were trying to get into the banks. You got there and then you say you want to come out. Anyway, I ended up in Alukan Oyebode, and that's where I think professionally my foundation was cemented, and to the glory of God, I had the opportunity of mentorship by a distinguished gentleman called Bankole Olumide Aluko, SAN, of blessed memory. You can Google him. In fact, I encourage you to Google him because I think his life, his achievements will inspire a lot of you guys that are in the room. Then, I spent about 10 years in Alukan Oyebode, and then I was seconded to go and represent the firm in the offices of MTN. MTN then was a big thing in the country. I spent another 13 years or so in MTN, and then I left MTN to join Diageo. Diageo is the biggest premium drinks company in the world, and Diageo is the majority shareholder of Guinness Nigeria PLC. So right now I work in Guinness Nigeria as a corporate relations director, and also I have responsibility for managing the board of the company as the company secretary. My first experience with transitions, I think I'm a child of grace. So I would not kid you guys, I have never applied for a job in my life. Never. Every time that, yes, you can take another look. Every job that I have done or that I've been part of, I have been invited to come and take it. I told you guys about the experience with Alukan Oyebode. It was the partners that said, no, you must come. And then when I was going to MTN, I was seconded there. In fact, I resisted it because I was enjoying legal practice. I loved legal practice. In those days, I usually will have like 2 cases, sometimes 3 cases across Lagos. And I would jump from Federal High Court in Ikoyi to Ikeja High Court, and I was enjoying it, but my firm needed someone to go and represent the firm in MTN, and I was asked to go. So I didn't apply for the MTN job. Then Diageo came calling. I was sitting down my own JJ, and they said, look, come and join us. So I've never applied for any job in my life, but that doesn't mean that I have never worked for the things that God has given me the opportunity of being exposed to. So please, I encourage every single one of you here. Diligence is extremely important. The Bible even encourages us that if you see a man that is diligent in his work, what will he do? Let's not kid ourselves. We are now in this age where everybody wants to get rich quick. Everybody wants to make money, but people are not, in our own generation, even as things were not, as great as they used to be before us, you could still see a dint of hard work. But these days, people are just interested in success. And they don't really care, how quickly or how that success comes about. So I'm encouraging you, you have to be diligent in whatever it is that you have chosen to do. The transitions that I have between the jobs that I did were often, shall I say, circumstantial. My secondment to MTN, I didn't ask for it. In fact, I was loving legal practice so much that in my days in MTN, when I'm on vacation, I will just put on my wig and gown and go and sit down in court because I was missing that side of my life. And I remember judges like Justice Phillips who say, we haven't seen you in this court for so long, But that's actually, even as I stand here before you now, I still have my complete wig and gown intact. So my plan is to go back to practice when I'm done with this, my current tour of duty. What are the lessons that I have learned in the course of the development of my career? And by the way, my career is still developing, so I'm not even where I think, I want to be yet. I've learned that working hard is extremely important. I've learned that being curious, being inquisitive, and seeking for knowledge is important. And I am not talking about, Instagram and TikTok and what are the other things that you guys, a lot of young people indulge in these days. I'm talking about being deliberate about the things that will develop you, that will empower you. Going after those things that will mean you are expanding the frontiers of your versatility, regardless of what it is that you are doing. You have to be deliberate about those things. Then, there's a guideline here around, what it is that about negotiations. I don't know whether that refers to if you are transitioning from one job to another, how you negotiate, a good deal for yourself. Maybe in the course of the question and answer session, we will get in a bit more detail about that. Then, when did I know that it was time to move from one job to another? Again, I have to be fully declared to you. I actually, I've had that kind of life that God has been guiding me. And the transitions that I've had between, in my career have most often been guided. However, whatever it is that you are doing, when your career actually now fully takes off, you have to be able to know that you have come to the point when you know enough about what you are doing, because what you already know is part of you. No one can take it away from you. And then you are seeking knowledge in other areas. What motivated me and what were the challenges that I went through? I had the opportunity of being mentored in the early stage of my career, and I will encourage many of us who are in the room, seek for people who you look up to, the things that you would like to be or aspire to be, people who are already reputed in those areas. Seek for them and seek for opportunities to interact with them. But you have to come across as being serious-minded. If you go on LinkedIn, I have so many people who are asking me for connections. The first thing I do is I check your profile, and there are many people that I've connected with on LinkedIn that I actually don't know or I've never met. So for me, that's not a criteria. But you have to demonstrate that you yourself, you are willing or you are a serious-minded person. So I don't know how many of us in this room know of and use platforms such as LinkedIn and use them the way they ought to be used. The amount of time that all of us now spend on social media is so much that if you are not careful, your life may just be passing you by, and all you are doing is you are watching videos on YouTube and watching TikTok videos and Instagram posts. But that same time you can use for things that are a lot more beneficial for you. The world is now global, and platforms like LinkedIn are available for you to exploit that global platform that the world is now. You have to be ready to harness those opportunities. Now, I'm going to encourage us along certain, issues. The first of those issues is that you have yourself to seek knowledge. Knowledge, self-learning. You have to be hungry for knowledge and for development. How many of us are currently being affected by the ASU strike in this country? Yeah, quite a few numbers. But if I ask, of those of us who are affected by ASU strike, how many months now? 4 months? 6 months. That's a long time in anybody's life. But what have you done in that period? Have you done any certification courses? Have you done any internships? Have you gone to learn anything at all? Or you are simply in your house waiting for the day that ASU will call off the strike? In Nigeria, we place a lot of emphasis on, certificate qualifications, but globally, that's not such a big deal anymore. The skills that you have, the competencies that you have, which may not necessarily be the things that your certificate says. are the things that will give you a chance at survival in this global community. You cannot, it is not justifiable to say that ASU has been on strike for 6 months and you have done nothing in those 6 months. No, it's not justifiable. How many of you have volunteered for anything in that period? Because when you go out and look for scholarships, and those things are also global, I encourage you to do that. I mean, many organizations are doing it, institutions across the world are doing it. The scholarship award community will typically look for what have you done outside of your work or your education. Have you volunteered for anything? You know, those are the things that will give you the opportunity of harnessing the global, platforms that are available now. Many of us are thinking about leaving Nigeria. It's not a bad thing. I think some of us are too old for that. I have no intentions of leaving Nigeria, so I'm praying very fervently that God will turn the country around. I have 2 children outside of this country. One is in Canada, and another one is in the UK. Let me speak to you about my daughter who is in Canada. She's still in school, but she's a child of testimony, and I think it's a testimony that should resonate with all of you. When she was in Nigeria, she would volunteer. She wanted to be a doctor. So when she's on holiday, we would take her to a hospital. They were not paying. She was just going there. She would go and be, interning with them. Now she's in Canada. This girl is actively looking for scholarship schemes anywhere and applying. And I'm proud to say that, especially now that dollar is what it is, when you compare to the Naira, more than 50% of the school fees that I'm having to pay on her is scholarships that she goes out and she looks for and she gets. And that means that she's also working hard. But the other great testimony that I have about her is that she's currently in final year to graduate by April of next year. But this girl already has a job with an organization. It's an oil firm in Canada. Opportunities are there. And this organization, when I convert the salary that they are paying this girl, who is not yet a graduate, when I convert it to Naira, my people, it's like more than half of my own salary that I'm director. Now, but the reason why I'm sharing this with you is that as you're all aspiring for those kinds of opportunities, first and foremost, know that you don't have to leave the shores of Nigeria to put yourself in a position to harness those opportunities. You just have to make sure that you are spending your time on the right things and not dissipating your efforts and energies and time on things that don't improve you. Recruiters all over the world are going to be looking for the soft skills that you have. I think one of our compares earlier spoke about, being bilingual or multilingual. If ASU has been on strike, have you spent your time trying to learn a different language other than English? Because that is the kind of thing that positions you, that gives you an advantage over every other person that may be competing for the same role or opportunity that you are competing for. What are you spending your time on? Ask yourself that question and be convinced that the things that you're spending your time on are things that can benefit you and make you capable of competing in this global community that we're in. And then let me speak about writing skills and speaking skills. The 2 ladies that have been up here, excellent, their delivery. Many of us don't even pay attention to how we come across when we communicate with people. It's extremely important. Your countenance, your composure, your ability to express yourself, both verbally and in writing, are things that we count for something when you are engaging with the world. And it may be you are engaging with the world in terms of you're looking for a role or you are looking for an opportunity, but pay attention to the things that will show people that you engage with what type of person you are. Your personal brand, extremely important. The way you appear impression that you create when you interact with people. They're extremely important, and I encourage you to pay attention to it. Like I said, I think we'll do more when we get into the question and answer session. I'm looking forward to you asking me very difficult questions, because I actually didn't know how best to do this, whilst speaking, and I'm also conscious of time, but I don't know whether we are planning to be here till 4 p.m. I'm here all day today, so any questions at all, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barrister. Please put your hands together for him once again. I mean, the few minutes he spent up here, he has dished out a lot of wisdom. And a couple of things I picked out is the fact that personal branding is key. Personal branding is key. So just turn to someone by your left or by your right and tell the person, get busy. Get busy. Get busy. Get busy. Especially those of us that ASU strike is affecting. Get busy. All right, then. Thank you so much. Moving up a notch, the next person I'm going to call up on stage is an Amazon. Can you all hear me? All right, then. So she is a skilled human resource manager and the lead operating officer at Details Commercial Solicitors. She's experienced in legal management, human capital management, and investment banking. She started her career as an information analyst in the River State Government House and worked at First Bank of Nigeria as a human resource officer. Before working at First Bank, she worked at MBC International Bank as a banking executive and human resource officer. She moved on to join GT Bank in March 2006, managing the recruitment, training, and compensation of all contract staff in the industry. You can see that she's loaded. You can see that she is loaded. All right then. So she has vast experience in management and administration, including human resource management, leadership, employee relations, performance, and talent management. She has volunteered as the church administrator and treasurer at the Redeemed Christian Church of God Lighthouse from September 2007 to March 2017. That is 10 whole years. She's the founder of Good Girls Club, a Christian developmental club for teenage girls, where she coordinated educative and developmental programs for girls. She's a graduate of Obafemi Awolowo University. Do we have anybody in OAU here? Great Ife! Great Ife! I'm not an alumnus, but... All right then. So ladies, she holds an MBA from the University of Liverpool and she earned her BA in English as well. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I bring up on stage Dr. Odola Onodipe.
Wow, I kept telling Mr. Rotimi, where are you getting all this information from? Perhaps. Good morning, everyone, and I give honor to whom honor is due. Venerable Adedipe, I believe. Good morning, sir, and the reverends in the house. I'm a product of the Anglican Church. I was a youth leader for many years before I went to OAU and then went into Pentecostalism, but we're one in Christ. So I'm now a member and a preacher at the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I want to thank you on behalf of the youth, because when I came in, I told Dami, who I'm meeting for the first time, despite having conversed with him on WhatsApp for a very long time, that this is amazing, that the church is supporting and pushing the youth forward. I have never seen this before, so if you can just appreciate your leaders. Thank you very much. It's wonderful. This isn't cheap. I organize events, so I know what it costs to have a bucket seat on stage and all of this. So well done to all of you too. Dami, well done, and everyone on the team. I will be speaking somewhere else at 12:30, so I will try and make my discussion brief so that I will have the opportunity to take questions on the panel if I can, but if not, I can tell you how to reach me and you can ask me your questions. So thank you for having me. I'm a young lady. Yeah, it was a couple of years over, almost 50, but I'm young, so I'm a youth, like you all. I'm going to try and follow I think this is yours. I'm going to try and follow the guidelines. He has said a lot, And one thing that I would like to say that we say in the human resource community, the world, we don't call it global anymore. Do you know what we call it? Glocal. The world is now glocal, meaning, you know what is it when you say it's local, but now it's glocal, meaning you are here like Mr. Odushola. Am I correct? Okay. Like Mr. Odushola said that you are here and you are working for Amazon and earning your dollars. Because I'm in HR, I have interviewed many people. I run a consulting firm, Maven and Oaks Limited. And every time I am interviewing, people are telling me, oh, I have a side hustle. I work for a company in Australia, and they're earning their coins, their dollars, or their whatever money they're earning. And they're also working somewhere else. So we have people who are multi-skilled and doing multi-things. Okay, so that's the one thing that I want to say, in case I forget to say this, that you can't just hold on to one thing. Mr. Odushola talked about being versatile. Now, if you're handling or doing just one thing, you're doing yourself a disservice. So you need to be doing more than one thing to be able to connect to the new world of work that we have right now. Praise the Lord, I'm in the church, and I say that a lot. So very quickly, I will start with how it all began. You know, for me, I'm from a very humble background. I lost my dad when I was 17, just when I was going to go into the university to study physiotherapy, as I thought. I was a science student. He was in America and was hoping I could join him, but, you know, life had something else all planned out for me. My mom did very well to ensure that we still went to school, although I ended up crossing from studying sciences to social sciences, not planned, but I embraced it because at the time he died, I was about to write my YX, so I failed miserably all my practicals. And I just thought, you know what, he's not even there anymore, why do I want to study medicine? So I crossed over to social sciences, did CRK government courses I didn't take in secondary school, and I aced it by God's grace. So I went in and I chose to study economics because I wanted to be a banker. I had a godmother who was doing very well in the banking industry. Again, I wasn't taken for economics that I wanted to study, and I decided to go on to study English. I chose Ife. Ife didn't choose me. I had an admission in UI, but I said to myself, I didn't want to stay in my home university because all my siblings are in UI, and my mom worked in UI. Everybody knew us in UI, so I chose to go to Ife to seek admission myself. Grace was with me, God was with me, and my results spoke for me. So that's why, I don't know if there is anyone who is in secondary school here, but if you have younger ones in secondary school, this is not the time to play. Sometimes your degree or your grades will speak for you. English faculty took me in, and I studied English. Fast forward to going to serve, or rather going to going to serve after OAU. I was posted to Port Harcourt, and that's where I decided to go. I didn't work it back to Lagos or back to Ibadan, where I grew up. I went ahead, and I was fortunate to serve in the River State Government House during the time of the military administration. I served with Ewang. I was information analyst with the chief press secretary, so I was always going with a convoy to report news and all of that. And then, you know, democracy came, Modili took over, and I did some time there. So from there, I left and got married, and then I found myself in Warri. I thought I wanted to be a lecturer. I'm saying this because, you know, sometimes you think you know what you want to do, but I know a lot of people can identify with me, but you find yourself just going off track. But, you know, how the Bible says in the book of Romans that all things work together for good, for they who are loved by God and called according to his purpose. I didn't think I wanted to lecture in University of Abraka. I'm sorry, apologies to Deltans here. I just thought OAU, and then I lecture at Abraka. Hell no. You know, I'm sorry, you know, call it arrogance. So, long story cut short, I started, then banking was the thing. Okay, let me go work in the bank. You know, when I was doing tests, I'm failing miserably, you know. But one worked for me, and I found myself at MBC International Bank. Again, customer service, yes, which is fine. I studied English. But along the line, they just suddenly moved me to work as a teller. I hated math, and I was going to be dealing with money and adding up. But you know, after having watched my mom as a widow and how she pulled through all of that, those challenges, raising all 7 girls and 2 gentlemen, I just thought there's nothing I couldn't do. So I learned it, and I was good at it. My experience was not bad, but I had a chauvinistic boss who just didn't think women were anything, you know. So I had that challenge, but I didn't give up. There was a time I was pregnant with my first daughter, and I would go home crying, and my husband would beg me, just resign. I will set you up. He worked in the engineering industry in Warri. He later worked in Shell. But I said, no, I'm not going to give up. I wasn't there because of him, and I would not leave because of him. So one lesson, wherever you are, wherever you find yourself, don't let one human being push you out of your course. Stay the course and focus on why you are there. So I said, I'm there to learn, and I would not let him push me out. And I stayed on. Along the way, you know, we got friendly later after lots of agony, but I stayed on and I did well. Then Warri became restless. My husband was on the rig a lot, so it was me, the pregnancy, and our 6 dogs. And he was always worried, you know, he's away 3 weeks on the rig, and I'm alone with the dogs at home. And then he just said, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I need to send you back to Lagos. Let's go back to our own states where I know you're safe. Anyway, long story, I was lucky, and my request was approved. So I came into Lagos. Of course, there was no opportunity for me. I was placed in tailoring again. I was hoping I wouldn't. And more importantly, I was placed to report to someone who was my junior by years, you know, looking at the years I had spent in the bank. But it didn't matter to me. I wanted Lagos, and I'm in Lagos. One thing is this: the gift of a man does make way, according to the scriptures. My gift made way for me. I was conscientious, I was diligent, I was doing the work I was called to do. I was pleasant, always smiling. That's one gift I know I have, so I would always beam my smile up to my eyes. And that worked for me. So along the line, something happened with the head teller, and I was promoted to become the head teller, and she was posted to the back office to handle clearing of checks. So there comes the opportunity to shine, and I shone. I did the work. I did extra. Even when I was pregnant with my second child, they would beg me not to drag money. You know, as head teller, head of cash management, you have to cash out at 5 a.m. I was waking up early, leave my little few months old daughter, go to work at 5 a.m., count the cash, pull out money, distribute to the tellers, and I did all of that. They would always beg me to go on maternity leave and beg me not to give birth in the bank, because I kept working. And my tummy was big, you know, you can imagine waddling like a duck, you know, with all of that money. But what am I trying to say with that small story? Hard work, diligence, and then whatever your hand finds to do, do it well. Don't mess around your time, losing focus and playing when you should be working. Again, that spoke for me. I wanted to study human resources. Along the line, I discovered what personnel management was, and I was interested, and I thought, yeah, this is something that I'd like to do. So I wrote and I requested to be transferred to HR when the opportunity comes. The opportunity came when someone in HR was moving to study abroad, and she was the one who recommended me. When I asked her why, she said, although you handled all our postings in the domestic banking operations, and you have never made a mistake, and you were always prompt with your job. So I thought, who else deserves this but you? So again, hard work, diligence, and being detailed paid. So I was moved to HR, and that's where my career started in HR in 2004, August. I remember very well. So I did my HR there until the bank was acquired by First Bank, and then we moved to First Bank. Now, in the guidelines that we were given, you know, it was said that when did I know when to move? How did I know when to move? I knew to move when I got to First Bank, when I realized that 5 years of my experience was useless to them. What do I mean? At the time, First Bank is not what it is now. I was put in a unit where sometimes in a week, all I did was write 2 letters. 5 years of domestic banking operations, 1 year of HR. And all I did was write letters for disciplinary committee, 4-line letter. I thought it was a waste of my life. So I told a few of my friends who were in GTB, like, look, I'm looking to move. I'm done with this First Bank thing. Forget how big they are. I'm underutilized. You know, so for some people, it's an opportunity to just coast and earn the money. I was well paid, but I didn't want to waste my life. I needed to grow. So they told me, oh, GT is looking for people. So I went into GT, and I was taking, 1 or 2 interviews, and they even said to me, go and bring all your MBC people. Your values align with us. So I did a mass exodus of people from First Bank who were MBC into GT. Again, when did I know to move? At the point, I was doing well in GT. Nothing was prompting me, but an opportunity came, and I knew to take it after, seeking counsel. Again, seek counsel. I didn't have an active mentor at the time. I didn't have an official mentor, but I had people that I, spoke to then, and I would always ask for advice. What do you think? My husband was one of them, and he said to me, and I'll never forget, he's late now, he said, change is always good. It was later that I found out that the thing that is constant, as we all say now, is change. He said, change is good. Go for it. I didn't have a reason to leave GTB, but I did. They were sad. Uncle T, late now, scolded me. You're chasing money. It's money you're looking for. I said, no, I needed to go. I saw the opportunity. What was the opportunity? Here I was in GT, heading a team, contract services, within HR. And of course, it was an already established structure. But I was asked to come to start a human resource department of an investment bank. It was a big challenge. When challenges come, don't be afraid, take it. You're a Christian, you've got God backing you, and you have a competitive advantage, the Holy Spirit. So I relied on the fact that I had someone, not something now, that if I have issues, I just need to call. And he will even teach me much more than human beings will teach me. So I took on that challenge, and I joined the investment bank. It was tough. It was an 80-man organization. They were expanding, and by the grace of God, I was able to bring us to a 400-man organization. We did mass recruitment. It was hard work. I was closing at 11 p.m. I would resume at 6 a.m. There is time there is time to put in work. That's the truth. And then there is time when you rest, and then you sit back. This is my rest time now. So don't envy this rest time. I paid my dues. I paid my dues. So it was hard work, but we did it. And that was the highlight of my career. At the organization, at the investment bank, challenges were there. Different people from different areas of life, different tribes. And here I was, HR, a lot was dependent on me in moving the ship forward. And I did my best for about 4 years plus, to the glory of God. And then comes in this mega shift. I was happy when Mr. Odushola was telling me that he's a lawyer and he worked at Alukanu. Gio is my senior partner's mentor. So I crossed over to the legal industry. This is an industry I'm not familiar with. I've done 12 years in the banking industry. And I was I was called to meet someone who wanted to start something unique, wanted a HR person who could also manage administration and who could also, deal finance. You remember I had trained as a banker? So all of these things came. Now, one thing I have to mention to you, before I went into HR, I'm a self-taught human resource professional today. I had no training, nothing. But when I knew that I wanted to pursue a career in HR, I started reading up. Before that opportunity came, before the transfer came, remember I told you I was transferred in 2004, I started reading up, researching about HR, what is it about, what can I do, what professional courses can I do to, push me forward. So I had already started learning, so I had a head knowledge. I just didn't have hands-on experience. So when I was posted there, you can imagine my excitement and the zeal with which I went into the work. I did all I could do, to ensure that I was going to do well. Again, I had a motto. Anything worth doing at all is worth doing well. Every single thing I have done, my record was excellent. Up till now, my record is still excellent. I don't do half-heartedly. I don't do by the way or let's just get by. I give it my all. And that, I think, is what every young person should learn to do. It will always, you have a pay. It will always pay you in the future. So, back to my story. I spoke to this gentleman who till tomorrow, Ayuli Jemide will say to me, although I didn't interview you, you literally interviewed me, because I had all sorts of questions. What is your vision? What are your values? What are you trying to build? Why detail? Why just commercial? Why non-litigation? I had all these questions. Again, I had prepared. One other thing I will say to you as I'm going along, always prepare for your interview. Getting a job is a job. Don't forget that. Prepare for it. Getting a job is a job. I found out about this guy, I read up. So I had questions for him. Not just questions, do you have any questions for us? And then you just say something. I had real questions because I wanted to know who I was joining. Because then I had set up my own HR consulting firm. What happened with BGL Investment Bank was that we ran into murky waters, and it seemed like the ship was going to sink. I said it to the MD then, who is late now, Alberto Kumagba, but he didn't want to let his people go. I said, look, we need to let people go so we can push forward. Well, you know, it was sentimental. Oh, if we let them go, what are they going to eat and all of that? Anyway, long story cut short, I jumped ship, and the ship did sink. So that's how I set up my own HR consulting firm. 2 months into that was when someone said to me, Ayuli Jemide is looking for a HR person with banking experience. So I just said, law firm, they don't pay, but let me just go. Remember, I'm coming from an investment bank where they paid us criminal salary. So I spoke to him, and I got interested in what he was trying to do. I also had identified myself as a builder. That's one thing you also need to know about yourself. Who are you? I'm a builder, so I'm always excited to join startups where you are just putting structures together and you're building something. I get bored with already established structures, large organizations. So anyway, I joined because of that, and today I'm with Detail Commercial Solicitors. Is over 10 years. At the interview, I said to him, it will only take me 2 years to set up your structure. I will set it up and then I will move. And he said, okay, we shall see. And indeed, 10 years down the line, when they were celebrating me, he reminded me, he said, oh, this is still 2 years, eh? I said, leave that thing. Quick lessons, right? Faith and hope. Always don't forget that. I learned that from my mom in terms of what motivated me and my challenges. My mother, she's late now. She died in 2004, interestingly. When we lost our dad, she didn't give up on us all. She didn't wallow in grief. She knew she had 7 girls and 2 boys to raise. And she gave it her all. We're all graduates today, to the glory of God. So I had seen her work hard. I had seen her determined. I had seen her resilience. And I said to myself, I can't do less. I have to do more. So everywhere I have found myself, I put in my best. So I joined the legal industry. I knew nothing about legal industry. I knew nothing about law except the fact that my younger sister is a lawyer. So I said, okay, fine. My partner became my mentor, active mentor this time around. So he held me, and everything I needed to know that has to do with practice management, he guided me. And that's where mentorship is important. Luckily now, at our time, we didn't really know much about mentoring and mentorship. But now, mentors abound. So you must, how many people have mentors here? You have a mentor. I still have a mentor, that's the fact. Nobody is ever too old. Okay, if you don't have a mentor today, find a mentor. Indirectly, I'm Dami's mentor because he would always reach out to me. And, you know, we actively find a mentor because your mentor will show you the way. A lot of things that probably happened to me that I could have avoided or could have done better, I didn't have an active mentor then, but thank God for the grace of God and the help of the Holy Spirit. But in addition to the Holy Spirit, you also need a mentor. So my mentor guided me. It was from him that I learned about networking. It was from him that he told me, you have a gift, you speak well. I mean, I do it in church, but to me, it's not a big deal. I sing, I teach, I preach. But out there in the business world, he was the one who showed me, you can actually do this in the business world. What is your area? You are a professional. You do your HR well. You need to start teaching people. You need to start speaking about your gift. And that's where it opened up for me. He taught me to join organizations, professional organizations, become members of organizations in your line of career. If you're a lawyer, there are many professional organizations and professional courses you can do. If you're an economist, if you're a project person, there are many. So don't overlook all this professional membership. It's important. And when you join, please don't be a floor member. Get into a team. Get into the association, get into joining, what do they call them? Subcommittees, so that you can be active, because from there you are known. And that, because look, we're talking about harnessing opportunities with global consciousness. It's to be known, even on social media, so that whatever it is you're doing, you're putting it out there. I was excited. My daughter is in UK studying, and I had the same experience with you when she got her first job at EA, Electronic Arts, and she told me her salary. I was like, my God, you've only worked 1 year and you're earning more than me after 20 years. What kind of cheating is that, you know? But it's amazing out there. What did they leverage on? Internship. Before she was able to do her internship, she had worked as a waiter. She had done all these things. Let me tell you today, even if your university does not provide for internship and volunteering, please find it yourself. If you approach any adults and say, I want to intern, even if you're not going to pay me, I want to volunteer, they will be happy to plug you in. It's not about money. For now, where you are, money is good, but it's not about money right now. It's about acquiring knowledge. It's about acquiring skills, because what will speak for you, like Mr. Odushola said, is the skills that you have. And don't limit your learning. Okay, your first learning might even be in a warehouse where you are packaging things. By the time I teach you how to put that on your CV, people will wonder, whoa, wow. Do you understand what I mean? If the job you got is being a nanny and minding kids, I will teach you how to phrase it on your CV, and it will look like some spectacular thing. It's not a lie. It's you packaging yourself. That's the truth. Don't just say, oh, I worked as a nanny. It's not a big deal. I was a storekeeper. There are ways to phrase those things. And it will be attractive to us as HR people, and we would want to speak with you. The way you craft your CV, even as an intern, even as an undergraduate, is important. Because your CV is the first thing that opens the door for you. Without meeting you, your profile is what I'll see and will determine whether I want to meet you next. So learn that. Don't waste your time just doing dances on TikTok. I don't have a problem with dancing. Oh, I love dancing, and my daughter is a TikTok, has over 10,000 followers dancing. It's fine. I've even done a challenge with her, so you can check it out. But don't waste time doing just that. Have your fun, but do something tangible that will take you on the right curve in your career and profession. Another thing that motivated me was my own self-determination, and also I was intentional and I was focused. I knew I wanted HR and I wanted to be good at it, and I dare say today I am good at it. I've done trainings after, but I started learning before the opportunity came. Now, I have told you the role of my mentor. I have lessons taught by my mentor, positioning myself, etc. These are the things I learned from my mentor. And finally, what informed my idea of success and failures? How did I manage? Continuous learning is what has informed my own idea of success. Also being teachable and being humble wherever you find yourself. Opening yourself up to challenges. There are also things that I would say have informed my success. Also, recognition in my field. If you're not good at what you do, you will not be recognized. So you cannot do things shoddily. You must aim for perfection wherever you find yourself. Finally, my advice, which I have said before and I think I would mention again, open yourself up to opportunities. Do not underestimate yourself. You will have confidence when you build skills, whether it is in crafts, but above all, do not be technologically savvy. I'll repeat myself. You cannot afford, at this current world of work, not to know anything about technology, particularly how to use social media to promote businesses. Sometimes a lot of your mates have jobs where all they do is video content, developing content for social media, and they're earning their money per hour. So technology is very key. In fact, let it become the air that you breathe in, even as you move on to being globally conscious in this era. So with all of that, I believe that I have done the assignment. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity. God bless you all. Thank you.
Please give her another round of applause, please. As we know what we've learned today, do not underestimate yourself no matter what. Whatever you find yourself doing, please do it well. And continuous learning. Keep learning. Anywhere you find yourself, keep learning and be teachable. Thank you very much, Ma, for that one. I don't know if you want to take a few questions before you go. Please, if anybody has a question in the audience, let us, 5 minutes, please. If you have a question for her. Okay, yes. Sorry. Anyone has a question for her? Okay. Yes, please. Abigail?
So, Ma, speaking about mentors, how do you find a mentor, the right mentor?
Okay, sorry, great. So first, identify what you want to do. If you're talking about career mentors, because again, there are various kinds of mentors. Career mentors, life mentors, you know. But I think now we're talking about career. Am I correct?
Yes.
Professional mentors. Okay, so first identify what you want to do. I don't know what level you are in the university. Maybe if you're already close to final year or something, so you already have a clear path as to where you're going. So identify people that you know in that field. Okay? So again, some mentors may not be easily accessible, so you don't want to pick someone who may not have time, but you have to always ask that would they like to be your mentor. So identify, so if you're in medicine, for example, and you want to focus on obstetrics and gynecology, or you want to do pediatrics, you will have to find someone in that line that will guide you. So you always identify people who share the same values as it were with you, so that they can guide you. And permit me to say that, you know, I would encourage a female mentor for female and a male mentor for male, for obvious reasons. It's true. I mean, at my level, I mean, my mentor is a man, he's my boss. So we have the boss, we have the partner relationship and all of that. As a young person, it's always cool. But again, you know, depending on how things work out and how you relate, the online mentoring, for all you know, it may even be somebody outside the country. But what matters is that you are constantly in touch and they are easily accessible, and you can reach out to them and say guys for them. I hope that helps.
All right.
All right, thank
Faith,
you very
please.
much, Ma. I would first of all like to thank you. I'm here, Ma.
Okay.
All right, so maybe I should just come this way so you see me very well. All right, thank you. So I would first of all like to appreciate you for your talk and your speech. And I love the way you smile, by the way, Ma. All right. Okay, so I have 3 questions for you. First, I'm asking this question in line to my current work. I am a sales executive at ISN Medicals, and I would like to know, because I would like to change jobs very soon, so I would like to know what you look out for in a CV when you see one. One. And 2, how do I do excellently at a job interview that would be impressive to the HR person, right? Because I know, because while serving, I went for a training where they taught us different ways to impress our HR when we walk in, how to compose yourself, put a smile on your face, don't be too serious, and all that. But then, you know, I actually didn't do my interview face with an HR. What I did was on the phone, and it was quite impressive, and that's the job I'm doing currently now. But I just want to know, so that in case I get to face a panel, right, one of these days, how do I do excellently well, because I believe when you were speaking, I am somebody who loves excellence at every level in life. So I kind of align with you in so many ways. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I'll take the first question. What do I look out for in CV? First of all, don't send me 3-page or 4-page CV. And please avoid telling me your local government. I do not need it. Nor do I need your religion. There is no need. Go straight to the point. Now, Google has made life easier. So I will first of all tell you, go to Google and find out the current template for 2022. You'll see that it's different from 2021. Now, apart from that, you will also find templates for different career paths. The template that the digital marketer would use to craft their CV is different from what a medical doctor would use. So understand the variance, the various types of CV templates that you have. So pick the right one. The CV of an accountant, it will look different from the CV of an artist who is a singer or an entertainer. So get that right. So in your CV, I'm first of all looking at your brief profile. It must be short and it must tell me exactly what you are looking for. So that I look out for. So when I see a catchy profile, you know how the first things you see, about yourself, just very quick thing, 4-line or even a paragraph that just goes straight to the point, that's helpful. Then I go down. I'm also looking out for competencies. I'm looking out for skills. Degrees are good. For certain organizations, where you went to school, your alma mater is important to them. And for some organizations, your class of degree also matters. But for some organizations, perhaps not. Some organizations will gladly take a third class. That is not to say you should aim to have a third class. Aim for the best, and trust God to lead you if perhaps you don't get a first class. So those are also important. Then what do I look out for? The layout of your CV has to be good. Then I'm looking out for what you have done with your time when you are not in school. What have you done during the holidays? Even if it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, it's important. Put it there. Interning. Even if it's volunteering to serve food at an event or something like this, please, for those of you who put this together, include it on your CV. I don't know what you did, but put it there as the maiden edition, TELex Owutu, that this is what you did. Put it on your CV. So I'm looking for things like this in that sense, because that tells me you're not a time waster. That tells me you value your future. That tells me you are determined and you are intentional about where you're going and how you want to get there. What else? Oh, your hobbies are important to me because I want to know what you do when you're not working. I need to know your mental state. Are you able to relax? Do you socialize? Because it's all not about books. The mental state of whoever is working with you is also important. So I want to see someone tell me, I love watching football, I love watching movies, I read novels, I knit, I weave baskets. I want to see your hobbies too. So what else do I look out for? And then I go to what impresses me as an interviewer when I'm interviewing. Composure and being articulate, please. Not being English does not excuse you from speaking correct English. You already know that it's a lingua franca, so the onus is on us to learn to speak English. I speak well today, not because, yes, I went to the University of Liverpool, but that's not where I learned English. I learned English here in Nigeria. I went to a public primary school, I went to a Catholic secondary school, and I went to Obafemi Awolowo University. Local and Tush, it's a mix of both. So nobody taught me Queen's English. I learned to pronounce things. A lot of us have apps, dictionary apps. We just use it. We don't use it to pronounce words we're not familiar with. Some people will still pronounce facade as facade. So you have these things that can guide you. Google is now there. Words you are not sure of. Before you go anywhere and you are planning what you are going to say, any word that comes to you cannot pronounce, learn to pronounce it. So when you are at interviews, you must be articulate and also define yourself. Learn to put together what you want to say. I said when I was speaking that getting a job is a job. Before you go for an interview, stand before a mirror and pretend someone is asking you questions. Imagine the questions will be asked and plan your answer. For example, one question that will always come to you is, tell me about yourself. In many forms. It could be, tell us who you are. Who are you? May we meet you? Some people ask it in different ways. You must not get that wrong. Because this is you selling yourself now. And if you cannot talk about yourself, how How are you going to sell anything if you join an organization? So learn how to answer that question well. Repeat it over and over. Face the mirror. Say it to people. Ask them to tell you what they know about you. Let them tell you 4 words about yourself. These things will help you to plan. And then, if you are an economist, for example, or you studied economics in the university, if I'm asking you questions about what you study, please do not bungle it. You need to know your onions. So if you need to refresh your memory before going for interview, in fact, you have to also do that. And please dress well. Composure, how you sit, how you speak, all of these things matter at interview. But number one thing, and generally, is be yourself. Do not cook up any lies, do not cook up stories. We will always find out. We may pretend we don't know, but we will always know. Google is open now. We can search you out anyhow. I hope I've answered that question.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odun. We know our time is fast spent. Well, before you go, first of all, I'd like to say thank you. And you don't look a day over 30. For starters.
Oh, thank you.
And before you leave, I know a lot of us have a lot of questions, but time is not our friend. Before you go, are you active on LinkedIn?
Oh, yes. Oh, my God, I am.
So please feel free to connect with Dr. Odun via LinkedIn.
How did you give me doctorate? Well, thank you. It's a process.
In view. Doctor in view. All right, then thank you very much.
She can tell us how to reach us.
So you can connect with her on LinkedIn. We'll drop information regarding that.
It's my full name on LinkedIn, Odumala
On Audible.
I think I'm the only one here.
So we would like to present a token to you to appreciate you for taking our time to be here today. Thank you very much. This is courtesy of one of our sponsors from Apple Card. And this is also courtesy of Airtel. Thank you so much for coming, and we really appreciate it. It's also great to use it. So do enjoy the rest of your day, ma'am.
Again, thank you very much. I apologize. I would have loved to, I want to hear this wonderful lineup of speakers, but I'm so sorry. I had a previous engagement to teach at a church teenage program, so please forgive me. It's not pride. It's just me trying to juggle many things at the same time. So once again, thank you, and please, Venerable, thank you so much. This is amazing. Please take everything in that you will hear from these people. I beg of you. God bless you. Thank you.
She's the one that just finished playing. This is the program. This is the program. All right. Yes. All right, please, can we settle down? The next speaker is architect Rotimi Oluwole Rotimi. He has over 35 years of practice in architectural design and consultancy services, project management, and also building construction. He is a 1982 graduate of architecture from the University of Lagos, Nigeria, and a project management alumnus of the Humber Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning, Toronto, Canada. Architect Rotimi has managed the design and construction of several residential and commercial projects around Nigeria with a combined delivered project value in excess of 4 billion naira. As the principal of Rex Associates, a design and build company where services including pre-contract architectural design services from project conception through construction drawings, including coordination of engineering designs and post-contract services of project construction management and supervision. These services are carefully coordinated to realize clients' project objectives. Some of his portfolio include several residential buildings, proposed regional market of Agege, vocational educational campus that's in Ilorin, the electronics assembly plants at the Lagos Free Trade Zone, industrial and commercial complex Ilorin also, Grand B apartments, GRA Ikeja, 300 square meters Pen Bridge shopping mall at Anthony, and also a 40-bed hospital in Ososa. Also, 4-bedroom residential building at VGC Lagos, 3-story office building, 3-story, 6-bedroom residential apartment at Mayfair, 6-bedroom residential building at Pinnock Beach, and also a 3-story, 20-bed hotel at Badore. Architect Rotimi was COO of FWC. It's a real estate development company from 2010 to 2018, where he managed the planning and execution of the design and construction of several residential estates. The scope of responsibility at FWC included the sales and marketing of developed properties, as well as the post-construction maintenance and management of the estate, even after occupation. All of these were achieved with proper management and project planning within time and cost budgets. He is also a member of the Nigerian Institute of Architects and a registered member of Architects Registration Council of Nigeria. Please let us give a warm round of applause as we welcome Mr. Whitman.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much, sirs. I feel honored to be here. It's an opportunity to at least share my experience and my world vision with younger people. Maybe in the course of this, talking about myself, I'll drop one or two things in your mind. However, listening to the last two speakers, it's like what I have to say is almost like repeating, almost like repeating what they have said. Be that as it may, I put down a few notes which I will share with you. So don't mind if it looks like repetition. You see it more like reinforcement of what you have heard. So I will just quickly run through, also trying to follow the guidelines as was sent as best as possible. Now, as I graduated from University of Lagos as an architect in 1982, so that's way back. So it's quite some generations away. Now, how did that begin? Why did I study architecture? You see, it's like the lady spoke about Odunola, like she said, at times you plan your life somehow, other things happen, but with the guidance of grace and the Holy Spirit and the way you apply yourself, somehow you fall back in line. I studied architecture because my father said so. In fact, that was the first time I was hearing anything about being an architect. My father said, "Oh, what do you want to do?" I said, "I want to be a doctor, a pharmacist." He said, no, go and study architecture. So I didn't do anything about it, but because my father said so, I was a good student, science, arts. I mean, I was a good student in secondary school. So, and I felt it's not impossible, I can do it. So I went into A levels at the Polytechnic Ibadan. I did HSC then. A lot of you don't do that anymore. So I got admission to architecture at Unilag. So I went in. It turned out to be a very tedious program. It was not my area of strength. I mean, and I struggled through it. Believe me, I struggled through it. It was not my area of strength. At some point, I told myself, I said, how did I get myself here? Well, it was rather late. I was in third year. It was the year I was to graduate my first degree. So how do I go back? So I said, okay, let's see what it's going to be. So what did I have to depend on? Hard work. Hard work. And it's good to be guided, you know. So the first lesson is always play to your area of strength. Recognize who you are. Recognize what you are good at. Don't be, as much as possible, don't be driven by what people say. Don't be driven by fad. Know yourself. Because you see, when you do what comes to you naturally, first it is fun. It's fun. And you do well. Because it's like second nature to you. Anyway, so even with that curved ball, I was determined to succeed. So like I said, I decided to apply myself to it. So I began to make friends with those with whom I've seen that this thing is natural. I began to study how they thought. You know, because the architectural design is not, I mean, it was the first time in my life I was going to school, I was taking programs that had no answers. Yeah, architectural design has no answers. Give two architects the same brief, they'll come up with two different designs. They can't come up with the same design. You write the same brief, this is what I want. Give them the same site, they'll come out with two different designs. So it had no answer. And unfortunately, a lot of lecturers, and I'll say this, a lot of lecturers in architecture school, they don't have the patience to deal with those who are not self-talented. So some of us that found ourselves there because we are good in physics and math and chemistry and all that, found ourselves in architecture school, we used to struggle. The people that it came naturally to were the artists, the creative people. You understand? So I did that. I graduated eventually. I graduated eventually. I lost 1 year. In actual fact, my first, you see, architecture at that time, it was structured like you do 3 years undergraduate course, you don't go for youth service, you move into the postgraduate class. My first project in my postgraduate class, when I saw that drawing, several years later, I just tore it up because I saw that it was nonsense. And I failed it. And I became depressed, I became disillusioned, and okay, so what am I going to do with mind you, my dad was dead. I lost my father as I was about to enter university. So I had nobody so I was like there just like that on my own. My mother was a half illiterate and was struggling to give me money to go to school, so she wasn't, which brings me to the issue of a mentor. In those days, we didn't know how to look for mentors, we didn't, you know, so I was just there. Now, I graduated 1982. went for youth service 82, 83. That was the first year, that was the first time Nigeria went into a depression. So getting a job after graduation was difficult. My mates who we matriculated together did 3-year, 4-year programs. They were long gone. I mean, those days, at convocation grounds, companies come, they interview you, they employ you. As you are coming back from youth service, you are resuming a job. By the time I was graduating, it had dried up. That was the era of Shehu Shagari. I don't know whether any one of you have heard about him. That was the first democratic dispensation after the Second Republic that plunged Nigeria into hardship. Well, what do I need to do to succeed? I mean, to exist, to survive? I couldn't go back to my mom. She struggled to send me through university. So I couldn't be going back to her for pocket money. She didn't even have it. She had 5 other children to take care of. So if I can't help her, I shouldn't add to her problems. So what did I do? I began to hustle. So, and then I volunteered. I went to do some jobs in some architectural practices. I would spend time, a few hours there. They were not paying me because architectural practices too are struggling. A lot of them had done work for federal government, they've done work and they were not paid. You know, so, but I wanted to understand this, I mean, I already found myself here, so I'd better make the best of it. It's like life throwing you lemons, so you make lemonades. I'm already there. But what made me know that there could be a pathway here? I did 3 months of, and that was a turning point for me, I would like to say. 3 months of industrial training at the Uniga & Co., an architectural practice. And those 3 months that was a turning point for me. I was still in school. It was VAC job. Architect to Uniga. I mean, you see, when you have somebody that takes interest in you and is willing to guide you, I mean, it was grace. I mean, I could have found myself anywhere else. But this man, despite the fact that he knew that I didn't know anything, he will come to my desk, to my board, we look at what I was doing, and then begin to teach me, do it this way, this is how you should think about this. And that left an impression because that was what made it possible for me to eventually understand what this whole architecture was about. Just those 3 months. And from immediately after I finished that IT session, I came back to school. From that time, I never got anything less than a B+ in design, architectural design. That was I will pass every other thing, every other theory course and whatever, 70s, 80s, but design, I'll get 40. And if you get anything less than 50, you can't move. You have to repeat all your courses. We call it Almighty June that time. So it's not like course system where when you can now repeat one course. No, Almighty June. Once you fail, you do everything all over again. So that 3 months was good for me, and it became a turning point for me, like I said. And the strain and the stress of the course of the program eased because I could now reason well. Then after graduation, I chose to now volunteer. No architect could employ. I mean, they were being owed a lot of money, so the industry was shrinking, and we are still in that crisis up till today. But I will work for some firms. I wasn't getting paid, which brings me back to the issue of volunteering. But to make money, I'll go to Ojuoye market. I'll collect vegetable oil from one place, sell it to this one. I inherited one B2 from my mom. I'll use that bit to do kabu kabu at night between Mushi and Ujuelegba, until one day police caught me and collected collected all the money I made for the night, and I said no, I wasn't doing this anymore. Anyway, why am I telling you all this? Is to let you know that you need to be determined. You need to be determined. Not all of us come from homes where even when you are not doing anything, your father will be giving you pocket money. Not all of us. How many of us are from such homes here? It will be a small number, if at all. But be ready to do the heavy lifting for yourself. And once you have done school, take the burden away from your parents. And don't think that life has come to an end if you've not gotten a job. There are so many avenues. You know, the Yorubas will say onokon woja. There are so many avenues by which you can succeed. Now, that diligence and volunteering, though I didn't get paid, gave me a lot of insight into life and gave me a lot of experience. It built up my confidence professionally. And I finally got a job, a formal job, in 1986, January 1986. And much later, I found out why my boss, the architect Gavin, is late now, why he hired me. He told me himself. He said, when I came for the interview, for somebody of my years of, post-graduation years, before I tell you that, I went with him as part of my interview, he took me to a site meeting, a project site meeting at Onitsha. Mind you, I was in Lagos, but he said I should follow him to that site meeting at Onitsha. So I went. I was looking for a job anyway. I couldn't say Onitsha is too far. So I went with him. So I took the minutes of the meeting and then developed the minutes, gave it back to him, and said, okay. So later he told me, said he hired me because right from that, at that meeting, the way I was taking notes, he saw that the important things I was conscious of. And when I developed the minutes, I gave it to him. He was pleased with it. So he hired me. Don't forget, I've not had any formal job before then. Now, for a practice that has, it was fairly large, not too large, it was a middle-sized practice. He hired me and sent me to the branch office in Benin. So I began to be, at that point I was the head of that office in Benin. And that office was in charge of three projects at post-contract level. Post-contract, you see, designing is one thing. Post-contract management is something else. Because that's where you can throw your client into debts or mismanage the project. So it's a higher responsibility than just designing something in the office. So why am I telling you this? So those years of hustling, volunteering, that paid off, because I was now given a higher responsibility over and above some people who were my seniors that were in the Lagos office. And again, you need to be inquisitive. You need to pay attention. You need to pay attention to details. So during that experience, I didn't know much about post-contract management, mind you. Let me just drop that there. But I knew I had to succeed with that responsibility. So, without knowing it, I picked a mentor. I didn't know anything about mentorship, mind you, but I just picked a mentor. There was a QS, Mr. Ekelba. He was running a QS practice. And I was dealing with now looking back at my career, I was on a project that had one of the most difficult contractors that you can run into in Nigeria. A contractor that will look for how to fleece money from a clients with every opportunity. Mind you, I told you that post-contract management has to do with managing your clients' resources. So, and I was not experienced. But this man, Ekeoba, helped me. I used to go to him, sir, I got this letter from this, what do I do? I got this, so he guided me. But beyond that, I began to take interest in construction process. Mind you, I did not learn building. I did not go to school to learn building. Neither did I go to school to learn construction management. I studied architecture. But I took interest and I asked questions. Again, humility comes in. So, some of us are not from the big corporate world and all that. So my industry requires that I will deal with artisans. My job requires that I will deal with artisans. So, and those artisans, some of them, they didn't go to school, but they know their jobs. You see the one that does a good job, you see the one that does a not so good job. Ask questions. You need to give me more than 1 minute. Ask questions. So I took interest in all that. Those things eventually paid off for me as a person. Because today, what do? I run an architectural design practice. But don't forget I told you that architectural design consultancy is more or less dead. In fact, generally, professional consultancy services in the building industry is more or less dead. What do I mean by is more? They need your services, but nobody wants to pay you good money for it. So if you are not one of the big organizations that get jobs from the likes of maybe MTN, the oil companies and all that, everybody wants to negotiate your fee to pittance. And you can't survive on some of those things they want to offer you. A job that you should earn like maybe 4 or 5 million, somebody wants to pay you 500,000. In fact, they may not even want to look for somebody like me. I will be too expensive. They will ask you to give them, please, do you know any young architect, somebody that just fresh from school, But I need to survive. That is how I found myself in building construction. Building construction turned out to, so I worked with Voen Associates for 7 years. In that period, I managed a number of big projects. I wouldn't want to bore you with the details now. But when I started my practice, Rex Associates, after 7 years, building construction turned out to be my bread and butter. Because building construction, first, I found it interesting. I found it exciting. No 2 days are the same on a construction site. Usually, a client will fund his construction project. He doesn't want to pay his architect, but he will pay his bricklayer. So there is cash flow. So I was able to survive and run my practice on building construction. Now, I did not forget how I was coming. I take it as a point of duty, maybe until the last 1 year, when things are nosedived a little bit. Every year, I take at least one student from a tertiary institution for IT. I give them stipendiums to come and go, so they don't have to ask from their parents' transport fare. But at least they come and they learn. And the testimony has been good. I feel good doing it. Now, one thing also I would like to leave with you all, whatever you do, apart from having learned to be competent, please never play with your integrity. Never. Because for me, that's one thing that has helped me to survive up till today. I don't have a godfather in Lagos. But I found out that everyone I've worked for, I'd rather lose money to you than for you to be able to say I stole your money or I did not deliver on what I collected money from you. So your integrity is important. Trust, you should be trustworthy. I mean, I've dealt with a lot of young people. Sorry, I'm taking your time. I've dealt with a lot of young people. Ordinarily, lend them money to do something. They will disappear. Can you imagine somebody disappearing on because of 40,000 naira? Yeah, it has happened. So please don't do it. Whatever work that's given to you to do, be customer-centric. Aim to satisfy your client, even if you are losing money. Aim to satisfy your client, your customer. Because, you see, when you have a customer, when you have somebody give you a job to do, you don't have a customer yet. You have a customer when that same man can introduce you to his friend. Why? Because he's now laying his integrity on the line for you. So please, and never lose your friends. Whether friends from school, professional friends. Somebody has mentioned it there, your network is important. Your network determines your net worth eventually. Yeah. Now, funding my business, well, there's no, I'm not running a big business, so my business is funded from what I do. But how has we kept on? Because we don't have jobs every day. For whatever you earn, keep something aside. Whatever you earn, keep something aside. I grew my business from the ground. So, but from whatever fee we get paid, from whatever work we get done, whatever profit we make, we set aside money. Against those days, there are those days of law. You don't have business, but you have to still pay your staff. You have to run your infrastructure. You have to do so. Please do that. I'll share with you one quick story to buttress that. It's because for those of you, for everybody in business, cash is king. If you don't have money, you can't be in business. You end up, in fact, you collapse. To buttress what I'm telling you, when I started this practice of setting money aside, because when you have cash, you can take advantage of opportunities when they show up. Good point. I was doing this, just setting aside some money, 500 naira, as little as 500 naira out of a 5,000 naira, like that. And somebody came one day and said, "Oh, Rotimi, let us buy this land, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Land?" I said, "Okay, we'll pay this, we'll do that." Anyway, I went to the bank where I was keeping this 500 naira, 5,000 naira. I can't remember. But anyway, that day, I think it was around 1990 something. Can't remember precisely when. I found 250,000 naira in that account. That was a lot of money in the early 2000s, 250,000. So we bought this land. 2 or 3 years later, we sold the land. I made a profit of 4 million naira. Why am I telling you this? It's reality. It's happened to me. I'm not telling you somebody else's story. But if I didn't save that money, I could not participate in that opportunity. And I wouldn't have gotten that. And from that, we built onto other things. So please, save money. Don't spend all the money you have. Finally, work, faith, family, growth. Well, I'm an old school person. I believe in working and earning my pay. That funds my growth. But also, prepare for the rainy day. Odunola is gone. She's an HR person. A time comes you can't work again. I'm getting close to that. In fact, let me tell you for free, I'm tired. I want to retire. Yes, I want to retire. My dream now is that by next year, I don't want to work again. But how can you make that happen? Because we all get there. Don't kid yourself. We will all get there. You may think you are energetic, you are strong, you are this, you are that today. A time will come, age will make it. You just have to, you have to rest. So, it is now that you are young. From whatever you do, set something aside. Invest your money. Please, I'm sharing this with you not because there are people here whose net worth are far more than mine. But we need to share that so that when that time comes and you are not working, how many of you are giving your parents pocket money or allowances? No, not your own. You. How many? Those of you who are not, is it because you are stingy? No, it's not. Some of you wish to do, but you don't have it. You don't have it. So for those of us who are parents, and you become parents, you understand? One of the driving forces one of my propelling forces as I was in my working days when I was still actively working was my family. That was my why. I wanted my children, like I told you, I lost my dad, I think I was 17. I was about to enter university. What I learned from my dad was that my dad wanted all of us to, if there was anything that I always had my dad talking about is that all of you must be educated. And we were many. My dad was polygamous. We were many, we were like 10. I was the eldest. I'm the eldest. So when he died, as I was going to school, I was also thinking about my so now what are the things I didn't do right? Yeah, because there were things I wish I could have done. I wish I had taken an MBA, but I didn't have the time. Because when I graduated, I saw my colleagues doing it, but when I graduated, I had people I had to. So from the little hustle and all that, I was still paying school fees for some people. There is none of my brothers and sisters that didn't pay money on. So why am I telling you all this? It's so that you know that you never can tell what life is going to throw your way. But please, in whatever you do, be responsible. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for him once again. Thank you so much, sir, for blessing us with wisdom one more time. If there is one thing I have picked out from the three speakers we have had so far, it's the fact that volunteering is key and also mentorship is key, because the truth of the matter is these days people want to hire those that have experience. You see a job, they want you to be 24, but you must have like 6 years of working experience. How? No, honestly, that's what you face in the labor market these days. And you're fresh out of school, or you're probably ASU is holding you, you have not graduated, you've been in 400 levels since 2021. God help us. So the truth of the matter is everything is not always about money. Yes, we want money, but you will not get money volunteering, and that's the truth. You might have a boss who is nice enough to chip you 2K here, urgent 2K there most times, but then try as much as possible to amass skills which would help you when you finally go into the labor market. Now, our next speaker is another individual. Yes, he's a man. The only female on the panel has already left, but then he is currently the principal partner at Yetusol Associates Limited, our own. Thank you. All right, then it's a consulting company for civil, structural, and highway projects. You can see he's a big man. When you see himself, you will know that when you are big, you are big. He is well known for his natural aptitude for computer-aided analysis, design, and project supervision. He has experience in project planning and execution and has completed several buildings, highways, factories, and bridge projects, including the design and supervision of the treatment plant for Allied Atlantic Distilleries Limited at Igbesa, construction of the office development for Zenith Bank, PLC, Ijebode, amongst many others. He is an alumnus of the Federal Polytechnic Ilaro, where he earned an MD in civil engineering. He further backed a bachelor's degree in civil engineering at the University of Ibadan and an MSc in project management at the University of Lagos. He's currently the managing director of Elohim Projects Limited. He has worked at Chief Cornerstone Nigeria Limited as civil structural engineer and a project manager slash senior engineer at Hancock Ogundia and Partners. He is well known for his project management and leadership skills, as well as planning. And he's also happily married with a beautiful daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our very own engineer, Ononi Bosi Onayemi. I hope I got that right.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is home for me. Good afternoon to our fathers in the Lord, our venerable and our reverends, and also our distinguished panelists. I've learned a lot myself from all the panelists that have spoken. I want to start by saying that at no point in time should you think that you are disadvantaged as a youth. I don't think it's good to think that you are disadvantaged. Don't ever think less of yourself, and also don't think because probably you didn't attend this particular university, you didn't go to this particular secondary school, that was how your life ended up this way. Also, as youth, it is imperative to know that we are supposed to always set objectives for ourselves. Objective is very, very important, and the objectives should be measurable. And when I say measurable, when you set objective for yourself, maybe per quarter, per year, you come back maybe every quarter to measure the objectives. Okay, have I achieved the set objectives for myself? Or what are the reasons why I've not achieved the set objectives? So I wouldn't want to bore you with so much of that while I go into my personal profile. Well, my testimony started from here. I joined this church about 20 years ago, if my memory serves me so right. And at that time, I was a graduate of Federal Polytechnic Ilaro, OND Civil Engineering. Before Ilaro, I wanted to do engineering, but I didn't know which particular one I should go into. So there was this particular uncle of mine who normally comes around to our hometown. Well, for those of us that know, we were not born and bred up in Lagos. We found our way into Lagos. I came all the way from Ijebu-Ode. So that was where I had my primary and secondary school education. So, but one of the things that made me leave that particular community was because I was so hungry. And they couldn't match up my energy. Apologies to anybody that stays in that environment. That's my hometown anyways. So, that my uncle normally comes around every time we have an event. He's engineer Oludayo Oluyemi. He's currently the principal partner of Hancock Ogundia and Partners, and he's my mentor too. So whenever he comes around, whenever my father wants to chastise us, that's always the point of contact. Eh? Oh, Ridayo. Oh, Ridayo. Oh, Ridayo. So I wanted to become an engineer. So I didn't know which particular one I should go off. So it was, at that point in time, it was aeronautical, and no school in Nigeria was studying it that time. So immediately my father, that thing just stuck, that, okay, why not civil engineering? And my kind of person, I love giving solutions to problems, and that's what engineering is all about. And like our daddy rightly said, the architect, there's no direct answer to anything in engineering. There's no impossibility when it comes to engineering. You just say you have not seen it before. If somebody asks you that, can this old building stand on a column? Don't say no. It's possible, you have not seen it before. There's no impossibility in engineering. When you have the opportunity to travel around the world, you understand where I'm coming from. So when I got to this church 2003, I get 2003. So I was supposed to come and do industrial training. Back then at home, there was consolidated bureaus. Now I think Nigerian bureaus, my memory serves me right. They took me in as an intern, then, and they wanted to pay me about 33,000 naira, which was a lot of money for a student just coming out of Polytechnic. But Ijebu-Ode was not in my plan. Ijebu-Ode was not just in my plan. I was seeing the bigger picture because then once in a while we come to Lagos and I'm like, this place is big. Why would I stay in this Ijebu-Ode? And nobody was pushing me in that environment. So the quest for more was there. So I came to Lagos without having anything to do. I was at my aunt's place, the Adekombis, and my father would call me and tell me that, why don't you come back to Jebode? I said, Dad, I'm not coming back. This is where I'll stay. So they spoke to my uncle, Engineer Daoluyemi, the principal partner of Uncle Gundi and Partners, and I volunteered to be following him to the office from then, and he was not paying me. He will pick me up at times, but at times I'll find my way to the office. If I miss that Okonua, I used to call it Okonua. If by chance I miss that Okonua, I'll find my way to Strachan. Strachan is off Igboshere. I'll find my way by myself to Strachan, to and fro at times. So I was there and I was learning. So I was looking at the senior engineers, the way they do stuff. There was this particular engineer who doesn't like sharing, thoughts, and he was the best amongst them. So I would tactically be looking at whatsoever he's doing. And whenever it turns like this, and he sees you looking at him, he will want to bend. I say, it's not lie. I will learn at your feet. So there was a particular time, because there was no money, I had so many other things I was doing. So many other things. I was doing photocopying. I will collect drawings. I will collect soft copy of drawings from this engineer, go somewhere else, go and print it, package it, go and submit. They'll give me some stipend, I was living like, small boy then. I would buy stuffs. And a lot of people picked interest in me, and they started sending me on, professional errands. Yemi, are you available? Go and help me see something. Go and help me see this thing. So there was a particular time, I think in 2004, I got a small design project. Somebody sent me an architectural drawing, and I was to design it. And it's going to be very tedious designing, manually. That's how we learn from first principle. So I needed to use a software to design that, because that was what the person requested for. So I went to meet the engineer, and I begged him. That's just 30 minutes of your time. He said, you can't know this thing in 30 minutes. It took me 4 months. It took me 30 minutes. You understand what I'm saying? Because I was hungry and I was determined. So he said, okay, 30 minutes. And he just opened a rectangle. If we have any architects or engineers in the house, when you are given a architectural design to design structurally, and this man just opened a rectangle like this and divided it, and he was using it to explain to me in 30 minutes. I kid you not. In 30 minutes. Got to the final, how you do it. And, and that was not the era of Google or the other like that. It was not that popular at that time. And I got what I needed to get, and I was struggling with it. And he just, moved his head back and he saw me and he said, Bushimache, I said, yeah, so for me that now. So, and he took me through it again, and that was my first break point in software design. And ever since that time, I started learning software. Before I got admitted into University of Ibadan, I'd done some work, 3 years at that company, 3 solid years. And at that time, a lot of youth in our church then, the likes of Emadis, they were already in the university. And a lot of people like that, they were already in the university. They would say, this is from 10 years. But I didn't want to go back to the university because I felt like I knew it all. In all fairness. I didn't want to go back to university because I felt I knew it all. Thankfully, my uncle, that my mentor, the principal partner, got me jam form against my wish. He just said, okay, you have to, because you made a lower credit at Polytechnic, all the federal schools will not take you unless you want to go to Nasarawa. I said, I'm not going to Nasarawa. That I'll go back and do it. And he got jammed for me. And my wish is just go there to go and fail. In all fairness. And on that day, I don't know how it happened. I don't know what happened. When the results came out, I just had 249. I said, it's not possible, 249. Ow. And, going into University of Ibadan, admission process, everything got frustrated. They were going to give me wood production engineering. I'm like, wood, civil. What correlation does he have? I just said, I'm not doing it again. So one way or the other, I got admitted into University of Ibadan. And 2005, we were in Plateau State. Because we do highway. We've done a couple of highway designs in the country. And my last project was actually Apapa Road. That's a MPA road. Before I left that company, that was my design. That concrete road was my design. So we went to Plateau as a very young engineer. I wasn't even an engineer. I won't call myself an engineer because if you are not registered with Koren, you are not supposed to call yourself an engineer. You are an engineering graduate. So we went to Plateau State. We were supposed to do a road from Plateau, Bokos, Panyam Bokos Wamba Road. So it's going to border Plateau and Nasarawa. And from there, we just got a call. The senior engineer got a call and said, we have to be in Abuja for a particular meeting. I said, meeting. He said, okay. So we journeyed back to Abuja. When we got to Abuja, they didn't tell me. And when we got to Federal Ministry of Works, Mabushi, in Abuja, it turned out to be that it's going to be a meeting with the Minister of Works. I wanted to run mad. And my company was operating 2 companies in the same office. So I was supposed to, we had 2 companies that were collecting jobs from federal government. So that senior engineer was going to represent one, and I was going to represent one. So they were meeting all the consultants in Nigeria and all the contractors doing federal government jobs in Nigeria. So it was not just a small meeting. And it was a very big hall like this. And we were inside. As in there was NTA, Nigerian Television Authority. I was almost collapsing. As in, I was asking the senior engineer that, why me? What am I going to say? He said, you're just going to give them a brief of what you have done on this project. And lo and behold, they closed the door. As in, at that point in time, I was looking forward to, something drastic just happening. Maybe earthquake or something stupid. Because I've never had that kind of experience or opportunity before. I started the drama we do in church. Why would I stand in front of Julius Berger, MD, PW? Then I guess it was Ogunle that was minister. And they just started from front. Immediately the minister came in, everybody stood up. It started becoming a reality. So it was like, okay, next. This thing will get to my turn, no. And it got to my turn. As in, when I got up, it was as if rapture has happened. Because everybody was gazing at me. And I was like, my name is Ononibo Ziyana Emelu, representing Chief Cornerstone Engineering Consultants. I was struggling at first. But in the middle of that speech, I got myself and I delivered it. Immediately I got out, I called my boss and I told him that, Esa, set up Ulele you. He said, I'm preparing you. So what am I trying to bring out from this talk is there's a place of sacrifice. There's no success without sacrifice. So everything all the speakers have spoken about, volunteering, there are times they will come without nothing, without shishi. But you know what you want. And you go in massively. So when I started working for the company after youth service. My salary was 40,000 naira. It was ridiculous. Very, very ridiculous. A lot of people knows my story here. And I didn't jump. I could have jumped. I didn't jump because I was reporting to the MD straight. And Engineer Oluyemi is one of the smartest and intelligent engineers I've met in my life. This is me being serious now. And so I was learning. At that point in time, by the grace of God, I knew how to use about 7 softwares conveniently. And because of the fact that I could, blend in some things again, I was sent abroad 2 times for courses in London. And I did fantastically well, beyond the expectation. They sent me for a course in London. And at that point in time, they were using now to draw. They were using now to design. But myself, I could use 2 softwares to do the same thing that they were using now to design. So I met a professor from Imperial College of London, and he told me that, where did you get this software? How did you get this software? How did you know about this software? I said, well, in my office, this is what we do, this is what we have done, these are all those kind of things. So there was a place of me putting myself out there to learn. Because I wasn't getting the money. In all fairness to you, the money was not there. I was, when people that we left university together, they were doing fantastically well and were there. But one of the things I told myself when I was leaving university, I was not the best in my class, but out of the 38 students that graduated from my set, I think I should be about number 15 or 14. You understand? But while I was in school, engineers were sending me, engineers that had employment in Lagos, they were sending me to Jigawa, Katsina. I've been to 35 states in the country. And so I built my network of contacts while I was a student of the University of Ibadan. So I knew what I was going to school to. Recently, I met one of my classmates, and he told me, I said, Yemi, you knew what you wanted while you were a student at the University of Ibadan. It was not just about, we were there for the academics too, but I was looking at the bigger picture. So when I finished school, it was easy for me to integrate myself into the world that was available to receive me. It was very, very easy because at that time, if you don't, like all the speakers had said, if you don't know how to infuse information technology, IT, into whatsoever you do now, you are some years behind. Some years ago, like our daddy said, they were using now to draw. There are 1,001 software that can do that now. There are 1,001 softwares that can do that. So what are you doing in your own little way to learn stuff? Are you using social media to your advantage, like Ms. Ojola rightly said? Are you using it to your advantage? There are so many things you could learn. Recently, in my house, I have a guy who is an IT person, and he was talking about a modeling software. I don't know if any one of us had heard about it before. Fantastic business modeling software, Bizagi. So I saw it, and so after modeling the process flows or whatsoever, the thing can actually do documentation for whatsoever you are putting it. So I said I was going to learn this thing. And in one day, not because I have the fundamental knowledge about how to use software, but because whenever I'm learning something, I do with all my might. I don't learn something because I'm learning it. I don't acquire a skill because it's just a skill. I don't know whether anybody understands me. I acquire a skill because it is important to me, to my growth and to my success. Once again, when the first speaker was talking, he spoke about the Japa Trail. Well, for some people that knows me very well, I'm an anti-Japa person. And the reason is very simple. Maybe because I've been there before and I understand the obtainable life there. Also, I feel like a lot of young people now are actually migrating without having objectives, without having skill sets. That's the reason why people will end up doing pizza delivery, people will end up washing toilet, people will end up, I don't know, I'm just saying. But I feel like if you have some skill sets, if you had acquired some knowledge, it will do some openings for you. It will go ahead of you, as everyone has rightly said. So it is important to acquire knowledge now when you can. Most especially students that are still in the university. It's not a bad thing to start learning a software now. It's not a bad thing. Now, your brain is still very, very sharp. You understand? You can't compare somebody that is in her 20s or late, maybe 20s, to somebody that is in her 40s when it comes to acquiring a particular skill or learning about software. Make sure that you are distinct. You distinguish yourself in that area of your profession. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. You need to distinguish yourself. Something has to be different about you. Something, that should be your selling point. Something has to be different about you. When they call civil engineer, what is different about you? Why should I hire you? Like they rightly said, they've said everything. So I'm just trying to, put in some few words. So what is that thing that can make you stand out? Because, for example now, in our own profession, when I did the tallest residential building in Lagos, in Nigeria, as of today. That's number 4 body loan. I supervised that building from start to finish. When we're doing that building, because the designers were in Dubai, those guys were pretty young too, and we were supposed to supervise Trevi Foundations. They happen to be the best foundation specialists in sub-Saharan Africa. So, because of the fact that that's the first time I'm doing a building of that magnitude, I had to go and read so much about it from start to finish. So when they sent in their design, I sat down with my team because I was a senior engineer in my former firm then. So I sat down with my team. We digested everything bit to bit, detail to detail. So when we're supposed to do a virtual meeting with the people in Dubai and some people in the US, and the way they look at people in Lagos, in Nigeria, like they don't know anything. So in that meeting, because I digested everything, so for A building that is having about over 100 pounds, the standard says that you should do a trial pile. Sorry, I'm boring you with my technicality. The standard says that you must do a trial pile. A trial pile means that you are boring a pile. A pile is a circular, rectangular square that is driven into the ground that supports the building, and so on and so on. So the standard says that you're supposed to do a trial pile and test it to failure. That's what the standard says. And Traffic Foundation, because of their experience, they said, no, it's not possible. And I stood back and I told them that this is what the standard says. I don't care your experience. Soil, the way soil behaves is different per meter. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. The way soil, the word soil, behaves here will be different from the way soil behaves there. So I stood my ground, and after the meeting, the people from US told us that, who are these young people? So, as in, which Ivy League school did you attend? And the reason was simple, because we had prepared ourselves. You can't, she said something that struck me so powerfully, that getting a job is a job. That means getting a job is a serious business. It's something we shouldn't take with levity. It's not that I'm going for an interview tomorrow, and out of overconfidence, you just put yourself out there, and they are now asking you, who are you? And you're now looking like a moron. It looks like a very, very simple question, but it's very dicey. It's a simple question. Somebody will look you eyeball to eyeball. Who are you? And you'll be looking at it, my name is Ononibo Emilio Echegu. And then, so these are things you need to prepare yourself for the journey ahead. It's very, very, very important. So how did Yeto Solar Associates and Harnnessing project came into place? Like I told you earlier on that I'm a very hungry person. And I don't like things being done stereotypically. I don't like doing the same thing every time. I like challenges. Maybe because of the profession I found myself. I like challenges. I don't like, for example, if I'm doing just a story building every time, I'll get bored. It will bore me. Because I'm used to that system. I can, from my sleep, I can tell you that, okay, go and do this, go and do that, go and do this. So, because we're not getting, as a young person too, when the money is not coming, you become so annoyed in your spirit. So one day, somebody from this church told me, Ayolaito, and said, Egbon, what is time? I said, time for king. I was really scared of I was really scared of the world beyond. So he told me that the time has come for me to, move and start my own practice. As at that time, whatsoever I was getting from my company, I will add 40,000 naira to it to do a job. As at that time, I was leaving my company, whatsoever. So I was not waiting for salary. So I don't live on salary at all. I had never waited for salary because the money was not too much, and I'm somebody that likes opportunities. So in my company, when they want to even buy bag of rice, they'll come and consult me. They will know that I have idea because I'll go to the market myself. Because it's an extra money for me. So now, so we need to understand as youth of this generation that we need to discover the opportunities first before we can grab them. It's not just that I want to do this, I want to do that. Sit down and ask yourself, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what do you really want to do? What do you really want to do? There are a couple of times that we do so many things. A young person will be doing this, will be doing that, will be doing this, and at the end of the day, it will be as if he's not doing anything. So make sure that if it's your passion that you are converting into your strength, do it with all your might. It is very, 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 very important. So also, my final words would be that, so when we started, sorry, please, one more minute. So when we started Yetoso, it was a small company, but our first major project, so we're just getting consulting jobs, all those paperwork, design jobs. My first major project was a piling project. And before that time, there's nobody in this part of the world that had gone to school to study pile engineering, nor foundation engineering. In this part of the world, I'm not saying other part of the world, I mean Nigeria. So I told myself that it's a branch of civil engineering. So that means I can do it. So I started looking for jobs in that regard. So one of my interns, so in my former company, I was in charge of my interns. So we had very good relationship. So one of them had gotten a job with a very big firm, and he called me and said, "Engineer Yemi," because they know that I have idea for, I would look for somebody, because of money. I will look for somebody, I can be a middleman. Okay, you need somebody, let me get somebody, and I will make money. He said, there's this company that is doing piles of 200 something numbers, and can you do it? I said, bye, I can do it now. So they told us to submit a profile. At that point in time, I didn't have a profile that could cover that kind of project. I spoke to another company who happens to be very, very close to me, and they gave me their profile. I submitted it, and the talk started from there. The day we were supposed to do a negotiation meeting, Trevi Foundation that I mentioned first, they were in that meeting. We were the lowest in Keda in that meeting. I was actually shivering because when you see your guy, we know ourselves. When you see your guy from Trevi Foundation, you see your guy from another foundation company. But one thing kept me going. Before I went for that meeting, I had looked up everybody that would be in that meeting. Same thing I did here today. I had looked up every panelist before coming today. I looked them up. When they were reading Mrs. Odonla's, I knew that she got everything from LinkedIn, word for word. Because I looked her up. So I looked everybody up in that meeting. So when I entered into the meeting, unfortunately for the guy that designed the project, he was a year senior in University of Ibadan. So he made some mistakes on the design. So I called him, and I pointed it out to him that this pile is not going to be possible. You can't have a CFA, that's what they call a CFA, continuous flight auger pile of that length. He said, yeah, it's possible. When we got to the meeting, every other contractor said it was possible. I said it wasn't possible. And I stood my ground that it wasn't possible. And I gave them reasons. Also, I gave them other things from the code. I was stating the code. I didn't write the code. I was stating the code. Check Euro Code 2, Section 3, Subsection 13, this. And that was how we got the job. So you have to be persistent, consistent in what you are doing. Thank you.
You have to be persistent, consistent in whatever you're doing. Okay. All right. Something I took from what he said is, fine, we are all trying to harness opportunities, but are you ready for the opportunities when they come your way? Okay. Readiness must always meet opportunity. All right. You must always be ready for every opportunity. That what is different about you? Are you ready for the opportunity that is coming your way? All right. So now we want to welcome our last and final speaker for the day. For those of us that came earlier, I think we read a bit of his profile. But for those of us that are still coming, let us, once again, let's read how he has been able to put through his years throughout the year. All right. We have Mr. Wale Ogunlade. He is the managing director of Wesley. It is a faith-based global digital bank for communities. He was previously a two-time director of partnerships for a UK-based global payment company. And as an executive product leader and business operator, Wale has seen product launches with a monthly transaction volume of $5 million, 7 users in Europe, Asia, North America, and Africa. In his over 15 years of product leadership and business growth experience, he has contributed more than $200 million in revenue to companies across fintech, mobility, business-to-business, e-commerce, and SaaS startup. Prior to doing startups, his experience cuts across business development, marketing, and business advisory in various sectors, including real estate, where he was part of business initiatives to the tune of $120 billion in the space of just 2 years. As a digital marketing consultant, he has implemented numerous digital marketing strategies for clients across B2B and also B2C, including blog and newspaper outreach, PR, social media, and contextual advertising management. As part of his contribution to the ecosystem, Mr. Wale has mentored several early-stage startups on growth marketing through initiatives powered by Google, Tekedia Institute, CC Hub, the Tonu Elumilu Entrepreneurship Program, and Sitstars. His articles on growth marketing are widely syndicated in leading local tech blogs in Nigeria. Please give a warm round of applause to our tech guru in the house, Mr. Wale Ogulade.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can we just be on our feet? Someone needs to stretch his or her leg. Just come on. Just stretch. Feel free. While you are at that, get to meet the person. Just say hello to the person you are seated beside. You might never know. You might never know. You are building your network, right? Great. Please have your seat. Thank you so much. All protocols duly observed. I would say to myself, it's like coming back home. I was speaking to Venerable outside earlier, and I told him I have Anglican roots. My parents are Anglican, and anytime I go home, definitely, it's Anglican church. And for me, it's, a great privilege growing up in that environment where my parents will read to us from the Bible every other morning and evening, part of the Sunday school class. So initially, I went downstairs and I saw that the children have verses tomorrow. Those are great memories that I'm thinking about right now. So it's an opportunity. Thank you for inviting me. There is quite a lot I want to go through in this conversation with us. My flow might be a bit different, but I hope that I can bring out more lessons, following this approach. So let me start by telling you what Joe Paterno said. He said, the will to win is important, but the will to prepare is vital. Now, what that suggests to me is that every one of us here has great plans for our future. We want a life that is better than the ones our parents had. And because the world is really a global village, the truth is, if you don't do all it takes to succeed, you don't want to look back years after and say, how did I spend my life like this? So the truth is, if you saw anyone whose life is not admirable to you right now, few years before that time, they never thought that they would be there. But the life choices they made, led them to that path. And we live our life every day. So the decision you made to attend this program, for me, is a clear indication of what you want for the rest of your life. Now that you are here, I want you to realize that everything that the speakers before me have said and the one I'm going to say is going to add to that conversation that should continue in your heart. So one question I want to ask you, do we have anyone here with a pen and paper, or you are taking notes in your mobile devices? Let me just see by a show of hands. I've been taking notes. I've been loving the experiences. Great. Thank you so much. You can put the hands down. The first thing I am going to, actually my pattern is I will tell you like a little bit of story or an experience and the actionable lessons you can take from there. Following that approach will save me some time. So the first lesson I want to share with us is that you need to expose your mind. So there is a story of a man who wanted to compete at the state championship. Several years after that, he made that happen. But then he just realized that there was another friend. And like some of us, there is this friend you had in primary or secondary school that you never thought it could amount to something. And you're like, this guy, UK, how come? This guy is studying medicine, how come? So the lesson is the picture of the future that person saw was bigger than the picture of the future that you are seeing. Now, how can you create a bigger picture for your future? Information is very critical. Coming to an event like this to learn from all the great men and the lady that was here earlier, exposes you to information. I'll tell you another story about the church I worship. So my pastor said he was in a meeting with someone like Bishop Oyedepo and some other pastors. And everybody was just having this conversation. And one of the pastors said, so there was this investment we made, and it has run into $1 million. The other person was saying, I bless God. The way our church is progressing, we are now able to do this and that. What the people in the room were saying, the conversation was too big, for his ears. And he was like, so this is possible. So for some of us here, there are things you never believe it's possible until you hear that conversation. Now, my challenge for you is that get yourself in the room where that conversation happens. If you don't hear the word, it's not going to bear fruit. And the word became flesh, and it dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. So you need to hear what, that will inspire greatness in you. You, like my brother here, so primary, secondary, university, we're all in Ado-Ekiti. Public schools, by the way. So my parents save a lot on my education. And one funny thing I say is that I'm going to work because I'm here to make my school fees. Maybe let me put it in Yoruba to make you realize what I'm trying to say. So when I got a job, and I'm like, so how much are they paying me? Then I tell myself, have I made my school fees from this one? A few people thought by now I should have a PhD. So I'm like, why do I have to go back to school when the one my parents paid for? So my emphasis is that I came from a lowly background. But then I made that trip to Lagos, like my brother who left Ijebu, and you are even closer to Lagos. So when I came to Lagos to get a job, I eventually didn't get that job. But then I realized the power of being in the right room. My first job wasn't paying so much, but the trajectory has been so different. Now, that's not what I want to dwell on. I want to point out some lessons. Read books, right? Have mentors. That has been said already. Expand your depth by trying new things. Volunteer. Have a mental model of when you get into a room, the conversation that happens is that everything is wrong. Things are not working. Tell yourself, how can I be part of that solution? Praise God. I hope it's fine to say praise God. Okay, good. Another thing I want to share is you need to write your goals down. Ask yourself, who do I need to become to achieve this goal? So it's not just enough to write your goal down. I think it's 2 years ago, I said, at this stage of my career, I wanted to become a senior executive, having a C-suite portfolio in this type of companies. That's what I wrote down. And I said, what do I need to do to get there? So let's take a trip back. A few years ago, when I joined the startup ecosystem, I was into digital marketing. But I told myself, if I continue this track, I might definitely not rise to the level I wanted to get to. So I pivoted my career to do product management. Then I got a job with a UK company where I became the director of partnership and other whatnots. But then the job I do now is an MD role, sitting exactly where I want it to be. So I told myself, this is my goal. I can do it. But then, who do I need to become to be hired by this company? I think for many young people, that is part of the conversation we need to include when we wake up in the morning and we talk to ourselves. Everybody has a plan for something good, but nobody really has a plan to get there. I listened to Bishop T.G. Jakes a few years ago. He said, if you are going for a wedding and you happen to lodge in a hotel and it's a weekend, you will realize that a lot of people will be by the beach side or the pool side. What clothes are they wearing? Trunks, right? They are wearing slippers. But the truth is, you know that is not your destination. So if you are dressed more gorgeously than them, you won't feel embarrassed for yourself because you are making a trip. So for many of us, we could be staying in an environment where a lot of our friends, a lot of the people in our immediate environment are not exactly thinking about the kind of future you want for yourself. Don't allow yourself to be distracted. Just focus. Just focus. And, to add to the conversation around being tech savvy, right? I have to tell you that tech got me the job I'm doing. I wanted to interview a gentleman to fill a role, and we were just discussing salary. He said his second job, sir, his second job was paying him $6,000, let's just estimate it to $6,500 USD on monthly basis. He lives in Lagos. It is his second job that he wants to leave to see if he can accommodate the role I want to hire for. Now, that guy should be in an, within the same age bracket with some of us. Now, because I mentioned it in dollar, I think if you really break it down, that guy is doing $4 million on his second job. So let me imagine that his real job does something in that range. That's a young man like myself. And that's a young lady like yourself. So the conversation that should happen is that it's not impossible. Another interesting thing was, there was something on maybe Twitter or LinkedIn. My wife was telling me about it. They gave people two options. Get a 250K job, or people were taking 250K job compared to a bigger opportunity, but they didn't see it. Then I saw something else. Somebody gave somebody a $100 note and then 10,000 and said, pick one. Do you know what Nigerians picked? 10,000 naira. $100 note. 10,000 naira. They said, this one that I know, let me just take it. So a lot of times we don't ask what is behind, and we just go with the easiest option. Let me go back to my notes. I want to share a few tips that have worked for me down the line in my career within the space of time. There is something I call LinkedIn effect. How many of us are on LinkedIn? Great. I'm not seeing a lot of hands. Wow. So if you are not on LinkedIn, why are you not on LinkedIn? Anyone wants to answer? You are not on LinkedIn. Why are you not on LinkedIn? So first thing first, get on LinkedIn, right? Second thing is that if you have a picture of the future that you desire, somebody already has that role. So there was a time I wanted to become a product manager. I typed it, product manager. I checked the profile of people that are product manager. How did they get there? That's what is important for me, right? And then I can do a few things. Send a connection request to that person and say, hey, I'm really curious to be a product manager myself, and I want to learn a few things from you. Do it to like 5 or 10 people. They will all respond though, or at least 50% of them will respond. Then you can learn. Another thing I do is, I just see somebody post about a new job opportunity or a new growth that sparked my interest. Really, after reading the post, I will click on that person's profile, this guy. And I'm like, okay, biology at school, no? I'm senior boy now. So why is my life like this? I can move forward. Or I just realized that, this guy did this course. That's serious. How can I do it? By the way, I recently finished an executive master's program. And it happened because I was on LinkedIn. A guy posted something that I like. I checked this LinkedIn status and I realized, okay, this is the school. What information do I have about this school? And I picked it up. Now, my brother here mentioned Bizagi, right? I have checked it up. Guess what? They have process automation for banking, which is my space. I've got that information here. So when news fly around, what do you do with your phone? Put it there, research. That information that he just said and did not know how much impact it's going to have on my business could be the transformation that I need. So if you are hearing anything that is sounding like you should be interested in it, follow up with that information. I also want to let you know you need to put yourself out there. You know, a lot of times we have this imposter syndrome. I'm not good enough. I can't get to it. But one of the things you need to tell yourself is that, how can I learn? By trying. Don't tell yourself, I can't do it, I'm a failure, everybody will laugh at me. Tell yourself, how can I learn? By trying. Who can I ask to help me? See, the question you ask your brain can teach your brain to act in a particular way. I also want to say this. You know, there is this thing they call I agency. I read a tweet from a guy on Twitter, and I love what he said. I will read it to you. He said, I agency is about finding a way to get what you want without waiting for conditions to be perfect or otherwise blaming the circumstances. I agency people either push through in the face of adverse conditions or manage to reverse the conditions to achieve their goals. There could be a number of people in this room that when you are faced with a challenge or a situation that you've not experienced, the first thing that comes to your mind is, I can't do it. Now, that means you have low agency. You feel things cannot be done. And there is this word they say, that the person that says it cannot be done, we know the rest of the story, right? Of the gist. So be the person who ask yourself, how can I remove this risk? How can I succeed despite the challenges that I have? I attended a training a couple of years ago by the, you call it also Leadership Academy. It was the founder of CWG. And there is this thing he challenged us to say, that in spite of, so you got late to work, right? And your boss said, why are you late? Oga, there is traffic everywhere now. You know what this man told us to do? I still got early to work in spite of the traffic. See, excuses abound. And when you give excuses and everybody else gives excuses, your own consequence, you will suffer it separate from the others. I remember that year when my brother came home, I think he had a D in a particular course, and my dad was asking him, why this poor performance? You know what he said? And my daddy was like, "Shame me more law school." So we cannot live with the excuses of the people in the room. Be the person that survives despite the odds. Be the one that says, it's difficult for me to pay my tuition, or life seems so hard, but I succeeded despite it. So if a friend of mine has an interesting story. It started as, you know, he was washing car for a company. Anytime they want to sell their car, you know, just imagine those boys who sells car. A friend of his, you know, he just saw one friend of his in the banking hall, and he just realized that, this guy, Tofi Wanu Bank, Fesi. You know, something he said that day, he couldn't think well until I think he spoke to his friend, and the bottom line was he collected form to go to school. But there was another person, they were washing car together, and he was trying to challenge the other guy and said, this, let's do it. But the guy didn't get the gist. So he went from just washing to becoming a sales executive. He had left the company. I see where his life is today. But from what he told me, the other gentleman, do you know where he's still working? Washing cars. So my point is, if there is anything you learn today, either from what I'm saying or from what our other speakers have said, take action. Can somebody say, I will take action? Somebody say, I will take action. So if you've been writing your notes, I just want you to take a look at your note and just begin to think, what am I going to take action on? There must be something. And what you will take action on is different from what the other person will take action on. But just take like 30 seconds and ask, so what am I going to take action on? What? Are you asking yourself? what are you going to take out? What am I going to do next? What am I going to do different today that I will look back and my life will be wow? So in consulting, one of the things I try to do, they call it like I-ticket closing. So you tell a client, after you've looked at the past and the future, and you just say, so let's imagine that we're having this conversation 6 months from now. So we are in August, right? So 6 months from now is like February 2023. So let's imagine we all came back to this room 2023, and your life should have changed. So I'm asking you, what would you have done differently so that by February 2023, 27th of February, what would you have done? How would your life have changed? So fast forward yourself into the future to see how your life should look like, and then take a reverse and say, what have I done to get to that level? I want to move a bit close to finishing. I have 15 minutes for this. Okay, fine. We've spoken about mentors, but I want to also bring to your attention this concept called sponsorship, right? I love what a particular lady, if you can go to YouTube, just Google Carla Harris. She defined something as sponsorship. See, no matter how good you are, somebody needs to speak for you, right? There are meetings that you are not going to get invited to, but somebody in that room will say, Wale Shishe, I trust the guy. You want to have that person in your career or in life who can vouch for you. But then, if they don't see your what, there is no way they are going to speak for you. That's why it's a great opportunity to have volunteered if you worship in this church for an event like this. That's why when you do your job, you must do it with integrity. So I told you, okay, they read from my profile that I had a job with a UK company. Now, let me tell you the truth. I didn't apply for that job. It happened that in a previous company I worked for, they were a client. And when the opportunity came to hire a Nigerian MD and director of partnership, somebody just from that company just reached out to me on LinkedIn. I said, okay, I'm interested. So I was prepping for interview, like we've learned, prep for interview. See, there was no interview. I was just sitting on my bedroom in the house, and the conversation was, Wale, when do you want to pick this job? Now, on that job, I started to earn in GBP. So why it is not a good thing that the Naira is nosediving against dollar or other currencies. If you earn in foreign currency, you will smile small, Abby. It's like, okay, they were okay, but now that job came not because I applied, but because somebody saw my integrity at work. So, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, the people you know now will be the people who might connect you to the job you need. So, for example, when I have opportunity to hire, the first people I think about is, who are the people I've worked with that I trusted? Now, it is even making me to think that, okay, where Buhari or the wrong go? All the people Buhari puts in different portfolio are from people we consider from inside of the world. Of course, we expect that it should have broadened in horizon. But the reality is, when you get into position of power and you don't want to fail, you want to work with trusted people. So ask yourself, what opinion do your friends have about your work? Are you the kind of guy that they feel, everywhere will just be untidy? That could change their hiring decision. And that could be a job that can change your life. So I had the opportunity to hire a few people for certain roles, which I tried to fill. See, they didn't go through the rigorous recruitment process, but they were earning £1,000 every month. The people I hired, like a few years ago. And I realized that if people I never knew before claim they can do this job and they fucked up. So the people I know, if they also claim they can do this job and they fucked up, I will say, okay, fine, that's not a good thing. But then anybody can really mess up things. They can be who they claim not to be. So my emphasis here is don't ruin relationships. Those relationships might be the bridge you need for a better life. I need to start rounding up now, but let me mention two things. Number one, let me tell you the easiest way I read or learn anything. That is YouTube. Do we have anybody in the room that have YouTube on your phone? The YouTube app. Fantastic. So let me tell you a secret. You mentioned a book, like recently, that I wanted to learn something more about execution. I just said, I'm not going to buy this book. I typed the book title and the author to YouTube. See, when you go to YouTube, it's a gold mine of education. Somebody had summarized that book before. Somebody had interviewed the author of that book before. Somebody had recap, maybe into an animation, the information in that book. So tell yourself, this week I'm going to go to a bookstore, right? Or I'm going to go to a library. Not because I want to buy a book, but I will take a piece of paper and biro, write down the books that it might make sense. So then smile and walk away. Go to YouTube, type that book, read that book, watch video on that book, read summary of that book. See, you will learn a lot in a short amount of time that you will be wondering, how do I become this smart? Now, everything I've told you has a bit of God in it. But I want to emphasize on a few things. That whenever you walk, always bring God to attention, because it's a seed. The people that invested in this project, yes, church contributed, but I'm so sure that there are some members who also contributed in one way or the other. You know, when Nehemiah was doing the building project, he will always come up with these short, snappy prayers. If you read Nehemiah, he said, Lord, remember me for all I've done. No, more package prayer, I see more to move on. You know, so there is that Nehemiah effect. There is also a Zipporah effect. I want to share with you. You know, Moses got a great assignment from God. And when he was just about to execute it, what happened? The angel of death showed up and wanted to strike him dead, right? But guess what happened? Zipporah stood to his rescue. So there are people in your life, could be your parents, could be your wife, could be your network, who are praying for you. And you need to realize that what is happening in your life is not just because you are super smart. Be grateful to God for the people God put in your life. Then there is the Solomon challenge. I also wanted to execute. So that guy became the king, not because, of course, we know he was a product of an adulterous relationship David had with the mom. But then he didn't allow that past to shatter his future. When his opportunity to become king came, what did he do? You know, he did something awesome for God. And when God asked him what he needed, he wasn't out for, okay, fame, this. He asked for what he needed to excel on the job. So think like Solomon sometimes when it comes to time. And I see Paul wrote a lot of the books in the Bible, right? That guy is a sellout. In Philippians, he was talking about that I may know him and the power of his resurrection. You know, this dude just wanted to be, he was sell out to the mission. So when you are sell out to the cause that you believe in, it makes a lot of difference in your life. Yeah, Moses had some boys. You know, when God gave him an opportunity to build, he said there is Bezalel, there is Oholiab, I've given them wisdom. So just realize that the wisdom God has given you as a kingdom project to execute. Some of us are not going to be pastors like our venerable and our fathers in the Lord. But there is something called marketplace evangelists, right? So just realize that you are on earth to advance a mission for God. And when the opportunity comes, don't shy away from it. God gave you that gift, you know, to do God's project. I will round up with the Hebrew boys. You know, we all know them. They were smart. They were prepared. Just imagine. They gave them exam. Daniel, Shadrach, and Abednego. You know, they just did awesomely well. And we've had the need to prepare. Many of us are in that stage of our lives where we are taking our first job or preparing for the next one. Prepare for interview opportunities. Also, you know, there is a principle I used to teach folks. See, that job, they can pay you more than that. Maybe it's you that don't know. I use that principle to get a job raise, a salary raise on the job. I know for some of our daddy, you mentioned you don't want to pay beyond what you can afford to every employee, but you can demand more than that. So the strategy I would teach you if you are in that space in your career right now is try to ask yourself, what is the next role above me? What do I need to do to demand that? So start 3 months from before to start working towards the next level. And then have a conversation with your boss. I said, sir, when you hired me as a sales assistant. I'm so glad that it's been a privileged opportunity for me. And along with that, I've been putting my eyes on X, Y, Z. My deliverable was to provide 100 naira, but now I do 250 on weekly basis. So I've exceeded my target by 120%. And I've been taking, because I know this is one of the opportunities the company is looking for, I've been preparing myself for that. Sir, I would like that we have a conversation on how I can earn what I believe is commensurate with the value I'm providing in this company. Guess what? If you are the boss, I've sold myself to you. I told you the value I'm bringing to you, and you don't want to lose me. And there was nothing insulting in that conversation. You will get a raise. I did that. It worked for me. I told a few friends it worked for them. Guess what you can do? Type to YouTube how to negotiate a high salary raise. One of the videos that should show up should be by Ramit Sethi. Watch that video. And there are several other videos like that. So my emphasis is when you learn something that you want to deep dive into, do your search, learn more about it. You will come out on the better side. The conversation is about harnessing opportunities with global consciousness. Your competitors are not sitting in this room. There is someone in China who is going to take your job. And then you also need to ask yourself, what is the part of this job that I'm on? Artificial intelligence, blockchain. Somebody will say, what is it about self? Crypto. Fine, you don't understand. You might not know what crypto means, but learn to understand. Because that can take your job. Everybody wanted to become a doctor like myself, but microbiology came. But the truth is, IBM Watson, it's a better doctor than anyone, right? And I have a cousin myself who studied medicine. Apart from the fact that he has traveled abroad, they are not becoming highly paid as they used to be. If you are a typist and you are the highest paid typist, if that company folded up, nobody is going to hire you. So ask yourself, how prepared am I for the future of work? It's been a great conversation, and I thank you all for listening to me. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Wale, for sharing that bit of wisdom with us. I hope we are all taking notes. I know some of us have taken a few pointers and action points that we're going to be implementing as we leave. Just before we move into the next segment, we would like to do a little something. Now, all of this was put together by the leadership of Owutu Archdeaconry Youth Council, and thankfully, God being on our side, we got a couple of sponsors, and these sponsors pulled in resources together to support this. So while we'll be calling on our programs consultant for this, I would like us to do something else. Do we all have smartphones here? Please wave your smartphone, don't be ashamed. It's a smartphone, whether it's a Nokia, whether it's a Tecno, Infinix, iPhone, Windows, whichever one it is. So now, since we all have smartphones, can you take a selfie with someone sitting beside you? Take a selfie with someone sitting. The whole essence of this program is for us to network. Am I correct? So take a selfie with someone sitting beside you. 2 or 3 of you can just raise your hand and take the selfie together. Oh yeah, waiting. Hurry up. Take your selfie. Please smile in your selfie. Oh. You never know. Maybe close up will come and pick you now to do ambassador. You're taking your phone. Yeah. Or you can minor in another person's picture. Just do well to collect your picture at the end of the day. Have we taken our selfies? Please take my own selfie. Thank you. All right, now that we have taken our selfies, we are all active on social media. Am I correct? We are all active on social media, be it Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. Now, upload that picture you just took right now with the hashtag TELex Owutu 2022. We are waiting. Now, as they hot. Know what? Hotspot. But if you want to stream in Gram now, 2 seconds. All right, are we uploading? Are we uploading? I mean, we need this hashtag to go viral. So upload the picture with someone you took a picture with right now, and attach the hashtag TELex Owutu 2022. I will go and check all of you one by one. No. Me, I have time. Is there a Twitter handle? Is there a Twitter handle? There's a Twitter handle. Yes, there is. So while we are doing that, I would like to bring up on stage our programs consultant in the person of Oluwaseun Ojo. But before he comes, our speakers have given us a lot of things to chew on. A lot of us have questions. So after this, we will be having a brief panel discussion where we can now ask the panelists the questions we had. I know a lot of us have questions, but we were unable to ask while they were giving their speech. So Basheun, please come forward.
Please, let's jam our hands together again. Are you not excited to see my face? Please jam your hands together again. Please jam those hands together for these wonderful panelists that we have here, and our fathers in the Lord. It's been an awesome time today. It's been a refreshing time. It's been very entertaining, very, very important and very essential that at this point in time that we all know what's going on out there. We all know how the economic terrain of Nigeria is, to the local people here in Nigeria, to everybody that are here. But for those that have been working locally and also harnessing or linking or in one way engaging with people in the diaspora and still doing business both locally and internationally, please let's jam around the applause for all our panelists and everybody that is here. And for those that came and for those that have joined us online, we say thank you. We appreciate every opportunity that was given to every one of us here, and for the opportunity given to the brand for the to be part of this first maiden edition of TELex Owutu. And please, let us please jam on for this fantastic initiative from this. It is first of its kind, and this is the platform where we know we will see the likes of Peter Obi that will come here next. We will see the likes of great men, Peters and everybody that will come to this particular platform. So now, I don't want to bore much more into it. I want to go straight into the brands that make this brought this to life. One thing is to bring the ideas. One thing is about bringing it to life. There are two parallel things that work hand in hand, but it takes a great effort for this to come to life. The initiative that is given back to, but firstly, I want to recognize Airtel for supporting this. Please let's jam hands together for them. Representative is not here, but still they were able to show support to the team, to show support for this cause, to show support for this platform, which we really appreciate endlessly for their support. We brought the ideas to them, and they didn't even think twice. They're like, wow, we are going directly into this platform. Let's jam hands together for them once again. Also, we want to show support to Tadem Technology at Computer Village dealing to smartphones and smart gadgets and devices. If you need any smart gadget, trust me, any smart gadget that you ever think of Tadem. You can check them on Instagram or phone calls. We check any one of us. You will definitely get any devices that you are looking for, Apple Watch, Apple smartphone, anything. As far as technological aspect is concerned, you will get it there. So this just to show you that we have important and essential brands sponsoring this particular platform because they understand what this is all about. Also, for all the
things that you are seeing that is going online. For all the content, because I'm sure for many of us here that are seated, if you bring out your phone, you follow the link that has been shared with many of us, you see it out there, the clean, crispy, the voice, everything coming out sharp. This is no longer from the Exquisite TV. Please, let's give Jamarana for Exquisite TV. And one of the things that is essential here is that all of these are homegrown. All of these ideas, all of these people, all of this personnel are from this particular axis, are from this church, are from this Ajikuri. This shows that the level or the content or how rich many of us that are seated here are. So we need to take this opportunity and make use of this wisely. So not only that they do Exquisite TV, they have Throne Signature, where they deal into photo shoot, photo studio, just a moment please, photo shoot, photo studios, and the red equipment. So many of all these things that you are seeing, all these lightings that you see, comes also from Throne Signatures. We have Two Works that does lighting, and that also does event coverage. We also have Exquisite TV that does virtual meeting and hybrid meeting. Whatever you decide to say, okay, you want to have this kind of event, or you want to have just your panelists, and you just want audience from the wider global, wherever they are, to be able to join, Exquisite TV is here to host it for you. Also, they also have they also have 2 weeks that does into your event management and coordination. You want to have concerts, you want to have events that you'll be able to bring all of these things to life. They handle that for you. Please let's join our arms for Throne Signatures, to Exquisite TV, and to Two Works. Also, the other sponsors that we have here is Mo Fruity Zobo. You can see the lovely package here. Please let's jam our hands for Fruity Zobo. This is 100% natural. Fruity Zobo is satisfying, it's tasty. There is no mixture of sweetening or anything. It's good for the body. So you can please follow Mo Fruity Zobo. Please bring out your phone. Bring out your phones right now. Bring out your phones right now. Bring out your phones. I want you, please, let's flash it, flash it, flash it. Flash it. Now, check online, Mo Fruity Zobo, you'll have seen it. Very fantastic logo. Please follow it right now and make your order. Mo Fruity Zobo. Okay, also, part of our fantastic sponsors that we have is Applecat. Applecat Nigeria, this is a one-stop shop where you can make order online for your home stores, for your home groceries, for anything food stuff that you want. You can decide to say, okay, come on, I recharge my phone over the phone, I make order, I buy things, Jumia delivers. You can sit at the comfort of your home, comfort of your bed, and order for your food stuff, pepper, gari, atadidin, ejadidin rather, everything that you need to order from the comfort of your bed, and it will be delivered to you. There is no, what's it called? Oh, this thing is damaged, this thing is spoiled. No, well packaged, and it will be delivered to your footsteps. And they are just one click away. Applecat, you can search Play Store and get the app and download. Please go to Applecat, go to Play Store and download Applecat app right now. Also, one of our sponsors here is Wakwa Ideas House. Also, Wakwa Ideas House is a home of experiential marketing agency. They brought all of these ideas to life. What Wakwa Ideas does is they bring your idea, they bring it to life. Whatever you think of, no matter how the bet of your ideas is, Wakwa Ideas House will bring it into a strategic position where they're able to engage directly to consumers, they're able to engage directly to the audience, and creating a wow experience. Wakwa Ideas House is into event management, they are into event consultation. They're also into event concert. So if you want to bring your concert to life, you want to do this, Wakwa Ideas House is there to do for you. Please, to all our sponsors that are here, please let Germans together for them again. Lastly, I also want to thank Evolac for the partners gift they've given to us. Evolac is into leather items, leather bags, leather shoes, leather belt, customize everything So if you need all of these, they are there. The belt I'm wearing is made by Evolac, and I've been using this belt for quite some time, and it's just fantastic. So please understand that your gift, your skills, whatever you do, is not lost. So we want to appreciate everybody that are here, everybody that have joined us online, that this is just the first steps, and more brand is going to complete to be on this particular platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that brief introduction, and many thanks to our sponsors as well. So the time we have all been waiting for is here. As many of us that have questions for our panelists, now is the time to ask the question. So without further ado, can we have all our panelists come up on stage? Wole Ogunlade, please come up on stage. Architect Rotimi Oluwole, please come up on stage. Engineer Onanibosi Onoyemi and Rotimi Odushola, kindly please give them a round of applause as they come up on stage. Now, if you have questions, please do well to write your questions down in a piece of paper and pass it across to one of the ushers around so they can bring it up on stage for us to ask these questions. So our esteemed panelists, you have individual mics. If you need to make a comment, please do well to turn it on. There's a button just in front. Just do well to turn it on, and after speaking, to avoid interference, you can turn it off. The button is just in front of you. And then to co-host this amazing session, please welcome my lovely co-host, Kelechi Irobachi. Hello, panelists. Hi, panelists. Some of us are smiling, some of us are not smiling. Are we tired? You're not. I mean, I remember you have one comment. Please go ahead, sir. And that's the button. Yes,
can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can.
Actually, two comments. Firstly, I'd like to appreciate the people who have put this together. I know this is a lot of work. So the one thing I want to say to the people who have put this together is, please do not be too busy as to not benefit from the session. So don't allow yourselves to be too busy. You have put in all this effort, but you are not even in the room. So if there are people downstairs who are busy arranging drinks for people who have been invited to just, no, this is the time for them to ensure that they also benefit. The second thing is, I want to encourage all of us who are here. I don't know how much time my other panelists have. I have a lot of time, actually. I've dedicated today. There might be things that are burning, that you have on your minds that maybe none of us have spoken about. Please do not hesitate to ask. It doesn't mean we have the answers. Well, speaking for myself, it doesn't mean that I have the answers, but I'm encouraging us, please speak up. And if there are things that are bothering you that you think someone here can, give you some idea or some guidance on, please make sure you bring it up.
All right, then, thank you very much. So the first question we have here is for people who are looking to transition from one sector to another. I mean, there are a lot of people fresh out of school, I just need to start making money. So the first thing you do, the first job you see, you just grab it. But along the line, you get to realize that this is not what I want to do. And then there are so many, you have your eyes on so many other things, but then there's a struggle between how to probably transition because people are looking for experienced hires. So what would you say should be the first point of call? Would you say it is, some people would like to go through the certification route, get the certification in that particular sector you're looking to transition in, or would you say transition first before getting certified? Which would be?
All right, let me go for this, because I've transitioned like twice. Firstly is to realize that, there are no hard and fast decisions. Let me tell you the way it works for me and what I tell people. I say, take your life as a series of experiments. You are currently in this, you want to go to HR, and it seems you don't have an experience. That is not true. A very interesting story is a young man, the wife happened to be my wife's best lady. He has been in the education space, but wanted to transition into HR. So I said, that CV, as Mrs. Eniola mentioned, you can package it and you say like, say we know the later. I realized that even as a teacher, every hiring decision ends up on his desk before it happens. They are trying to build maybe like a primary arm or something like that in their school. He was involved in developing the curriculum. If you ask me, those are HR functions. So even with that skill, you can repackage your CV with that experience to apply for that role. Now that's the first step. So when I wanted to move from being a digital marketing associate to product management, I realized that some of the things I've volunteered for or done in my current place of work, they are what I can end up to do as a product manager. So I rephrase a lot of things. Instead of just saying I was involved in social marketing campaign, I realized that as a product manager, you must be responsible for results. So I rephrase everything. And let me tell you, when I moved, I was a digital marketing manager. My fear was, will I get a pay cut? And maybe that's what somebody else is thinking about, because it's a new fit for me. Will I get a pay cut? Will I be hired at a senior role? Something like that. I got almost 2x my salary when I pivoted into a new career, because I made it clear that I have done something related to product manager even when I was not given that title. That's the first thing. The other thing I did around that time was to start going online. Okay, so what resources can I have access to? And there are a lot of them. So Coursera, I did a course on Coursera. You know, people like certificates, and you want to show that you are well qualified for the opportunity. So it all works. But something we need to have at the back of our mind is that your career is not cast in stone. You know, some of us might like, should I go into HR or should I go into this? So there are like 2 or 3 things you are interested in at the same time, and you are finding it hard to decide. This trick can work for you. Just tell yourself, out of all these interesting areas, which one do I want to start out with and give it a 6-month commitment? So let me try out if HR is good for me. And the next 6 months, you forget the other ones. Take action on HR. If you realize that it aligns with your goal, go ahead. If it doesn't, you've used 6 months to find out the right thing you should be focused on. But don't try to do 3 things at the same time. Some of us, we have one generic CV. You are applying for this role, that role, the other role, and your CV is exactly the same. It shouldn't be. The first thing you should do is, what does this role demand? What do they want to see in my CV? Fine-tune your CV to be applicable to that job function. And try as much as possible not to be chasing too many things at the same time. Focus. See if it works. If it doesn't work, move to the next one. For me, that's my rule around pivoting your career in order to get some good results.
All right. Do you
add?
Oh, yes,
Okay, so I've also had the opportunity of transitioning. I think I can say maybe 3 times. So I trained as a lawyer, started working as a lawyer, I was enjoying legal practice, and then I went into the telecoms industry. That was purely circumstantial. In fact, I resisted it. And then I left telecoms. I'm in fast-moving consumer goods now, FMCG. But even beyond transitioning from professions or industries, I've also transitioned in roles. So in my time in legal profession, obviously I was doing advocacy work. But when I got into telecoms with MTN, I was still doing the lawyer's work. But right now, I'm actually not doing I'm still doing some lawyer's work. I'm in corporate relations now, so my journey is a little bit of an interesting one. So in addition to what's been shared about transitioning from one role or profession or career path to another, I'm going to add that you should be prepared, you should be versatile. A lot of us are in a hurry to quote unquote succeed, and unfortunately it feels like these days how we measure success is a lot more material than intrinsic. You should make a deliberate effort to develop yourself, improve your versatility such that when an opportunity comes, let's even say you weren't looking at moving, but the opportunity comes and it is better, that work that you have put in speaks for you. But if you are in fact looking to transition, then it behoves on you to actually do the work that will enable you transition. So if you are in HR and you want to transition to external communications, you have to go after what are the things that an external communications manager or person will need to be aware of. So it might be short courses, it might be going after someone who has an experience in that area and being mentored by that person. You have to be prepared to put in the work, in addition to being versatile, such that when opportunities come or when you want to go after opportunities, you are in a position to make that transition or that switch.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insight. Our next question will be going to Engineer Obusi. You mentioned that along the way, you did a lot of internships. And how do you, as an individual, differentiate between internships and cheap labor? Because I remember you said you were paid 30,000 naira. And in this time and age, definitely, as much as we try to say no, but money is also important. How do you differentiate between when you want to work and learn in internship positions and also when it feels like you are being exploited as a person?
Oh, okay. As at then, we had very few consultants who were paying very well. I mean civil engineering consulting now. Actually, they do tell us that we are being recruited as interns at that particular point in time. And you know that as a young man that I just finished NYC, money is needed. So it's not as if, I had other options. Do you understand what I'm saying? I had other options, but I decided to learn because I had a goal that I set before myself that immediately 4 years into my practice, I wanted to become a certified engineer. And at that time, I knew that if I go into probably real estate, construction, I had an offer with Zenith Bank as a young person then, but I just knew the fact that it was going to derail me a bit. So that was why I stood, that was why I was with my company there, because I just wanted to, the goal was become an engineer after 4 years, and I see what the future holds for me there. So I was not, in as much as the thoughts would drop that they are, they are paying you peanuts. But one of the things I didn't mention was convert so many things to my advantage. You understand? So because I saw opportunity in so many things, that was what made me stay. A couple of my colleagues then didn't stay, and some of them found themselves in the banking industry. And till date, some of them are not registered engineers. That was what they wanted for themselves. But what I wanted for myself was to become a chartered engineer, and that was my goal. And I was chasing it with all my might. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it was more of, so I looked away from the salary point of view, because even your bosses then will tell you that you should gather the experience first. Because one of the things that can make you thrive in that profession is to have something up there, to have something to offer. So we looked away from the money point of view, though in all fairness, it was difficult. You were earning almost something that was not enough to even survive you as a single man, but were gathering the experience. I remember that at that time they would send me to Abuja and some other part of the country. I would travel by road to save money for myself. It was risky, but those were the stuffs I was doing. That time. I would travel by road to save money. They would tell me to put up in a very big hotel. I would look for a small hotel because I know that will carry me. Whatever I get from that trip would sustain me for a very long while. So I was doing that for the experience. So a lot of people in my in my age range then didn't see it as something they could do. They saw it as cheap labor, though it appeared as cheap labor, but I didn't see that. I wanted, what was in my brain was 4 years, I sit for my NSC and current examination. So anything that would derail me from that, I really do not care at that point in time.
Thank you very much. This question is from the audience. Now, some of you are quite elderly, and we could regard you as legends even. What in your journey has been a constant foundation for your success that you feel is still valid in today's world? It's actually a two-in-one question. And the second is the fact that several of us are blessed with so many skills. We are multifaceted, and as much as it's a blessing, it's also a cause for a lot of confusion in terms of career choices and indecision. So, how can we streamline our journey to make the right decision?
Let me take a shot at that. I hope you're hearing me.
Yes, sir.
If you listen carefully when all the presentations are on, you realize that certain things they're like they last for all times. They are principles. Principles. And one thing I've learned in life is that principles may change, methods may change, but principles may be the same. Principle is that you should gather skills. Principle is that you should be honest, you should be truthful, you should be trustworthy. Thank you. Principle is that you should prepare. There's an adage that says success happens when preparation meets opportunity. So, one thing I would love everybody here to have assimilated is that live your lives according to principle. And one book that I've read, I've not read it cover to cover, and it's available to everybody, is the Bible. The Bible is a book of principles. At times you pick something from the Bible and it's like an eternal thing. It works, whatever may be the case. Case in point, the Bible says righteousness exalts a nation. Sin is a reproach to any people. Look at Nigeria today. Nigeria is what it is because there is no righteousness. Pure and simple. In terms of putting in the hard work, the Bible says, see thou a man diligent in his ways, he will stand before kings. What is standing before kings? Like Wally, did I get the name right? Said, somebody will support you. Even when you are not there, they will mention your name. They will bring. But how will he do that? Why? Because he has seen that you are somebody he can stake his own reputation upon. So let's walk yourself to that stage. You see, we all want to make it. Money. Again, like Rotimi just said, my namesake, that we are looking, we want to make money. Money will always come. That's what I've told myself. I've gone through very difficult times in life, but something I've always learned is that money will always come. And I've not regretted it. So principles, learn principles and live according to principles. Thank you.
I would like to add to what he said. So my first job in Lagos paid like 25,000 naira. Now let me tell you how the salary worked. The first month I was not due for payment. So they borrowed me 15,000. Just imagine, you are supposed to collect your salary at the end of the first month, but they borrowed me money. So the plan is subsequent months, I will earn less than my real salary because what they borrow me, I will now be repaying, right? So on the 12th month, I will now get a surprise 13-month salary, which is actually my first salary that had been deferred. Now, I told you earlier that I went to public school, but then starting your life on that amount makes it look like you can never reach the peak of your career forever. So the lesson is that life is not designed to give you what you want. It is designed for you to demand what you want from life. So there are people sitting in this room, and that could be you, that where you will be in the next 5-10 years, combined networks that we have might be more than every one of us here. That is going to be up to you to make your life like that. It is not given. So my point is, every one of us here, I have told you how much I started work with in Lagos. For some of you, that could be a chicken change, right? But if you are at that point in life, my encouragement is you have to define what you want from life. And it's not a straight path. So why, based on the invite they sent to all of us, you want us to speak along how our lives have evolved. You will notice that it wasn't the same for every one of us. So there are times you will have to guess yourself, your next step. There are times you will not be so sure of what you need from life. But just to add, there are principles in life which are constant. And if you follow those principles, you will get the result. If some of us in the room are familiar with what they call mental model, there is this thing called first principle. How do you get to solve a problem by looking into the basics? That's why somebody like Elon Musk is he's not even one of the, he's the richest guy in the world right now, because it thinks from first principle. Before now, most cars ride on gasoline, but one dude came and said, no, it shouldn't be. So my point is, look at the way just look some generations away from you. My dad, my uncle, my auntie, look at the way their lives have gone. If you are lucky enough to have someone you want to emulate, congratulations. Try and find out how they got to that position in life. If on the other way around, you believe that where your parents or your current family network are, you want better from life than that. Now, don't think that those people are not smart, because sometimes we can have that arrogance that see, you need that basics, but you have to build on top of it. For example, my dad, anywhere my dad is, he's like the smartest guy in the room. He's so smart that after he has retired, he was still consulting for, widely. But then I'm leveraging on that. But I also realized that there are some choices my dad did not make, which, at the later stage of his career, he wasn't too happy with that. But my truth starts from my parents, and your truth will also start from your parents. Don't tell them one fuck up. Find out what they did right that you can build on top of it. So I've realized something from my parents. So my dad was in Ekiti State. He was a valuable person. So Wale, if you get to US, you'll be valuable. If you get to Canada, you'll be valuable. So the conversation I'm having with myself is that I carry the gene of my dad, but I need to take it to the highest place that is possible. That's what I'm demanding from myself. So look around you, look at something great so far that have brought you to where you are, that you have to consolidate on. Then ask yourself, how can I take my life better? And for the honest truth is, I'm at that stage that I'm constantly evolving. I would like to share this principle before I just go on mute. See, when you are riding a wave, it always goes like this. If you go to Bar Beach, you see that waves are always rising and falling. You need to realize that to be a good surfer, when you are on a wave that is rising, that wave will definitely fall. Am I correct? So you should be on the lookout for the next wave and jump on it. Because if you don't leave the wave you are on, by the time it goes down, you are going down with it. That's why you should ask yourself questions about your career. It might not be your fault that you studied the course you are doing. You need to ask questions. So I'm the MD of a digital bank, but I'm asking myself, what is the next 1 year going to look like? I am actively planning that. So my encouragement to you is that it's not going to be a clear path, but like Daddy said, there are principles. So know those principles and make it work for you. Thank you.
Okay. Please, to the person that asked the question, please, I hope your question has been answered. Okay, all right. Okay, so another question from the audience. This person said, Mrs. Odunola said, always prepare for an interview. My question is, what if the interview is not in line with my course of study? How do I handle that? Barrister Rotimi, do you want to take that?
Okay. Actually, in my own opinion, interviews do not necessarily have to be in your area of study. And you must see those kinds of encounters as an opportunity to demonstrate your capability, your capacity. But it means that you have also put in the work, You cannot... And honestly, I think the generation that you guys are growing up in, you have less and less of an excuse of a reason not to be versatile, because everything is literally like in the palm of your hands. We've spoken extensively about, the resources that are available on LinkedIn, the resources that are available on YouTube. I've learned some things today about, other ways in which you can use those resources. And these days, there's literally no subject under the sun that you want to learn about that you cannot do from the comfort of wherever you are seated, provided that you are connected to the internet. The internet is great for a lot of things. It's also bad for many things because there is a lot going on the internet. So the choices are yours, actually, what you do with what is available there. And my encouragement to you is in order not to allow yourself to be derailed and distracted, the resources available on the internet, be sure you are using them for the most positive, the most impactful things. So if you have an interview in an area that is not your area of qualification, of that you studied, you mustn't see that as a barrier. Actually, it's an opportunity for you to demonstrate that you have capabilities in those areas as well. And if it is something that aligns with your intention to transition from one area of, career paths or, one area of profession to another, you must see it as that opportunity to learn and to grow and demonstrate that. During interviews, questions are not always about whether you have done something before. They could also be about whether you know or you can do it. So one model for interviews that I'm familiar with that I will recommend to you is the STAR model. It's called STAR. STAR is an acronym: Situation, Task, Action, and Results. That's what it stands for. Typically, if you go for an interview, there will be competency-based questions. There will be behavioral questions. So they want to know whether you have the competence for the role you are asking for. I mean, you are being interviewed for. So it could be a technical. So if it's an engineering thing, for example, now, I'm not an engineer. If I go for an interview for a civil engineering work, the competencies based questions, I might struggle. But the behavioral questions, they are testing for your integrity. They are testing for your work ethics. They are testing for your communication skills. They are testing for your relationship skills. Those are things that nobody goes to study integrity in school. You've spoken about principles. You either have it, and most of us have it actually from the homes that we come from, but many of us allow the influences around us to, sometimes override the foundation. So, speaking about interviews, even if it is not about your area of, knowledge, in terms of what you studied in school, the knowledge that is available on the internet is there for you to explore, but also be aware that, people in interviews, they talk about you can teach skills, but you cannot teach, if someone doesn't have integrity, and many organizations will hire first someone who shows integrity and all those soft skills ahead of somebody who shows, oh, I'm the best, engineering, or, architect, or I'm the best lawyer. Because when you now give that person responsibilities, he might know the role, but he may do something that is. So in my view, empower yourself with the resources that are available, and those resources are available, so there's no excuse. Bar certain things. So if you are not a lawyer, for example, nobody is going to employ you as legal director. But other than that, you are, the opportunities to learn are there.
Thank you very much, sir. The questions keep pouring in, and there are actually a lot here. So we would really like to touch each and every question that we have put in. So we would like to implore our esteemed panelists to please give us answers to your questions within 30 seconds to 1 minute. I know it's hard, but we can try. Thank you very much. The next question also from the audience says, thank you for this great opportunity. As I write this, I am not where I am supposed to be. Basically, I am a slow learner. I'm always lazy to read and try new things. And also, I am very forgetful. What are the steps that I can possibly take to get back on track? Because this program has challenged me. That's one. And the second is, what advice would you give to a confused graduate who is quite indecisive about what he or she wants to do? Not necessarily an idle youth, but just various trials have seemed not to pick up. Oh, deep, Abby.
Let me give a try at that. First is this. Nobody is useless. Take that. Because at times we find ourselves in situations that overwhelm and confuse. How do I mean? You are, for example, like Rotimi said, if anybody begins to talk to me about legal things, of course I'll struggle. I won't even know anything about it. But I have my own area of interest. So first is that for whoever asks that question, the first thing I'll ask the person is, what are the things that you love doing? Those things that come to you naturally, whether they ask you to do it or they don't ask you to do it, is what you love doing. You can actually make your life out of that, because what you will now be doing is you are making money out of fun. You can convert your interest, those things that come to you naturally, that even if you are not being paid for it, you love doing it anyway. Something you love to do even without getting paid for, look for it. So that when you turn that into your passion, I mean, into what you now do. First is that you will not be lazy, like you said. You said lazy, or is a slow learner. No. You find out that you want to learn the next thing about that, and the next thing about that, and the next thing about that. So eventually, you bring out skill out of it, and you, again, that thing which you love doing, see how it can solve somebody else's problem. You understand? See whether it can be a solution or you can bring a solution to another person's problem out of those things that you love doing. So you are doing something that comes naturally to you, or you are solving somebody else's issues, and that way you make money. And you see, life is not really. I mean, success for me is not simply about making money. It's about enjoying what you do and being happy and being fulfilled. Money, I believe, I don't know whether I'm right or not. Something tells me, and I've always lived my life like that, money will always come. Thank you.
Okay. Let me add a few words. When they say your network determines your net worth, I think not necessarily money. For that kind of person, I feel like your circle of friends at times they influence you. So now, who are your people? Who are your friends? Who are the people you mingle with? Who are the people you always find yourself amongst? If you are the star amongst your circle, you're probably not going to grow because you always see yourself at the top. But if you are among people that they are hungry for success, they will drag you along. So for somebody like that, I strongly feel that after this meeting, I think you have challenged yourself already. This is the starting point. So you need to go and challenge yourself the more because there is always opportunity for improvement in whatsoever we do. The reason why you feel like you are a slow learner is because you are not putting yourself out there. If we had identified, like Daddy had said, if you had identified something as a passion for you and you already convert that to money or to financial breakthrough or whatsoever, you have to put yourself out there. You have to let yourself out there. And like Wally said when he was giving his speech, that you don't want to be distracted. So for example, now you are learning a new thing. You are learning a new thing, and you know that, for example, if somebody tells me that, Yemi, if you know how to use this software, you can be earning $10,000. Believe you me, I'm on the software. Because that's motivation already. I'm on the software. And because I know that the end result of learning this software is already known. The end result of learning this software is already known. So I will put myself out there. I won't go to the software releasing a part of myself. I will release all of me to learn that software because I know the end result. So at times, you don't wait for that kind of end result before you put yourself out there. And like Daddy has said, you need to identify what works for you best. What can you convert in a twinkle of an eye? What solution can you give to a particular problem that will amount to opportunity for you? That's one of the things you need to quickly identify in your lives. Oftentimes or not, we have different ideas. I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, I want to do that. And we want to put the same mind in all of these 10 things. And it doesn't, you have to narrow it down to a particular thing that catches your interest every time. Like now, the only reason why I'm still a civil engineer because it's a passion for me. I'm a crypto trader, I'm a forex trader, and I learned from somebody who had come to talk here, who is younger than me. He's a mentor, but he's younger than me. He told me that there are seasons for everything. And he did say that, boss, the season of crypto it's not as if he had gone totally, but yeah, he has relaxed now. So at every time there should be, like he rightly said, when you are moving up a wave, you understand, you don't plunge, you don't know that you should be looking for something that will lift you up back. So when you have different ideas, and there are some people when they are giving money like this, they have different ideas. Oh yeah, go and execute this idea. It will not be like, no, it has to be this one. No, it has to be this one. They are spoiled for choices. But you have to narrow it down to the one that you do excellently well in. That is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this question is to Mr. Wale. So he mentioned something about an idea. Okay, so now as a product manager, okay, so how do you transition that from an idea to a product? And also, what do I need to successfully market a product online? I have an idea, but what makes my idea stand out? Like what, as in from your point of view, what do you think that not all ideas are good ideas? Okay, so how do I make my idea move from just an idea to a product or a service?
Okay, great. So I don't want to narrow that conversation only to benefit the person that asked this question.
Okay.
Let's amplify it. I have, instead of just thinking about a product, how do I make sure that this idea is going to become valuable? Fine. So using some product terminology, there are some research you need to do. But then, just for the benefit of everyone, I want us to realize that you always don't know what the market will need. You only anticipate. And if you ask the right questions, you will know the right product to sell. So my emphasis is, what is the pain point of people that the idea you have is designed to meet? So let's forget about idea. Let's talk about you. What is the pain point that you are designed to meet? Just look at yourself. Call yourself by name. Wale, what is the pain point that I am designed to meet? How do I find out? I ask questions. Right? Like they say, if you take a chill water to a crowd of boys playing football under the sun, you will sell out in no time, because that product meets a real need. Oh, need marketing. So ask yourself, what product is my life, the knowledge I have, solving in the world? See yourself as that product. See yourself as that idea. So that way everybody benefits. So, what problems can I solve? And there are so many problems to solve. Many of us, we are selfish for the wrong reasons. See, if the problem you solve is only for yourself, are you going to pay yourself money?
No.
No. So your skills, your ideas must solve problems that people consider as pain point. And there is some in the product space, there is something called vitamin or painkiller. Take for example, if you are hungry, a painkiller can be gari, can be eba, because as soon as you are done eating it, you are filled. But a vitamin could be ice cream. You are hungry and somebody brought ice cream. That's something you eat afterwards, right? So the honest truth you need to ask yourself is, in every organization where I want to enter now, like, if I leave this place, will this company shake? Or if they want to downsize from 20 to 15 people, I'm going to be in the list of those that will go. So get to a place where you identify, and one of the things I would have loved to say earlier is, if I'm your boss, you need to solve my problem, for us to really enjoy working together. I am smarter than you. You think so. But there are some things you can do that I can't do. So anticipate my challenges. Oga Okin will mail one. Oga Okin respond on time. Let me be the guy that takes all of these things off him. See, that's the best way you will learn from me. And don't be the type of person that comes to you and says, sir, problem 1, problem 2, problem 3. Ola sheja the latter row. Don't be that person. Say, Oga, problem 1, problem 2. But I realize that we can do these 2 things about problem 1, and it will eliminate it. In fact, it will save us money. So I have thought about the 2 possible solutions, and I just came to ask you, should I go ahead with the first one? See what you have done for me. There is something called cognitive load. As you are transferring the problem to me, you are adding to the one I want to solve as an executive. So that means you are saying, Oga, problem 1, let's take another job. Leave all the important things in life. Solve this problem. But when you go ahead to say, this is the problem, and you've identified solution, and I'm just following you, and you have said, this is why solution 1 is better than solution 2. So, Oga, just give me a word. Just like that man said in the Bible, he said, I'm a commander and I say this and they do it. So you have relieved me of a lot of burden. See, if I want to sack everybody, I will create portfolio for you. As soon as I go to another company, I'm taking you along. So that is the idea of the person. you should aim to be if you want to be a career person. And I think the same can also apply to an idea. So if you have that idea that is good, you find out what the market needs, and you package it very well, you ask questions. See, the answers are with the customers. If you don't ask them for what you need, and you did it the way you thought they want it, most likely that's not how they want it, and they won't pay attention to you. So I just hope that helps, so I can keep within your time.
All right, then. Thank you very much. You actually skipped our time by it as well. All right, this question is tilted towards mental health. Now, has there been a time when mental health got in the way of your journey? And if yes, how did you overcome it? What's your advice for young people who deal with mental health issues such as anxiety or panic attacks? How do you cope even when it affects you physically?
Okay. If you in engineering, that's actually where we started our career from, consulting. Our mental health was seriously dealt with because, in doing the job, you have to interface with a lot of people, clients, architects, and the likes. I remember there was a particular mail I wrote. I wrote while I was working for my then company. But can I have everybody's attention, please? Okay. So there was this particular mail I wrote, and I wrote that mail in a hurry. And I copied my boss in the email. And when he got the mail, he just told them to go and call me. And he called me to his office, and he told me, and he asked me, did you do GNS in school? I said, GNS. He said, GNS 101, use of English. I said, yes, sir. He said, which school did you graduate from? I said, university. In front of my interns. In front of my interns, people that look up to me. And he did ask that, okay, which school? I said, University of Ibadan. English dada. And, he showed me the mail, and he told me to read the mail again. And I read the mail again, and, I knew I made a very huge mistake. But he didn't handle it very well because, I didn't take it very well too. I thought about it over the night, and what did it do to me? It could have shattered me, but I didn't allow that because I understood the kind of person I was working with, and I saw it as an opportunity for improvement. So, henceforth, when I wanted to probably send a mail, I will first write it down. I didn't send any mail in a hurry or out of anger. I do write the mails down, and I read the mails, and before I send them. So one thing we should do as if we work for such companies, we can't all have good bosses, and that's on point. But we should know people for who they are. And one of the things that will help you too is you should focus on the reason why you are there. That is very, very important. So as time goes on, I didn't really pay attention to anything my boss talk down on us and all those kind of things. I saw it as an opportunity for me to improve on my person and on my brand. So I would not say that there had never been any time that the thought of jumping inside Terminal Media has never happened because we work on the island. But I would be like, at a point in time, I took it as a point of duty to actually show him that I had something upstairs. There was a day he told me that you are dumb, you are this, you are that. And I told him, I said, sir, he's my uncle. I told him that if I was dumb, sir, you won't employ me. That I don't think there's anybody dumb in this organization because we work for one of the smartest engineers in town. I rubbed his ego a little bit and laughed. So there are times these kind of things will come. But this generation Z, I can tell you for free that they don't entertain all these kind of things. I know of a young person who has changed 3 jobs in 4 months. They don't have that kind of patience. And I think that one way or the other, they are changing the dynamics. They are changing the dynamics from what it used to be. During our own time, we used to pay attention to the fact that, we have to survive this one. There's nothing to eat at home. How are we going to, fetch for our family? But this generation now, because I don't know, maybe because they are jackpotting and there are vacuums everywhere, they don't give a damn. They talk anyhow, and the dynamics are changing a bit. You can't talk them down. You can't, but during our own time, we saw it as an opportunity to improve.
I mean, that if there is the boss or the junior person, issues of mental health should be taken seriously. There's no, it should not be stigmatized. And different things. It could be from the family, from the home, pressure of work that bring pressures on people. And so when there are issues of, okay, and take, for example, two things I would quickly mention: depression and probably anxiety. You could be depressed if you are not doing well, you are not performing well your job function. And especially if you know that you know it, so something is wrong. Seek help. Are you following me?
Yes, sir.
Seek help. Talk to somebody. It gets worse when you bottle things up within yourself. Have a confidant you can talk to, who will at least assuage the problem. If you have anxiety issues, it could be fear of the unknown, and it could be due to harassment from superiors. Like, sorry, what was the first? Yemi, like Yemi said, in our own generation, we are more subservient, so to speak. You can't talk to the boss anyhow. And there was also the fear of losing your job, which you don't want. So those things can create imbalance for you. But bottom line is, first, if the mental health issue is this basic thing that I'm talking about and is not psychiatric, where you probably now have to go for, if you are, first and foremost, you are responsible for your own mental stability. So first, I've worked for a boss who is obnoxious. Who was obnoxious? There was nothing I did that was right. But you see, fortunately, at the time I was working for that organization, I already knew that I was confident of my abilities. But he was the boss. What did I used to do? When he begins his tantrum, I remove myself from that situation. And I'm now looking at everything like it's a movie. Yes, and somehow I succeeded in doing it. I just removed myself so that everything that played out in that conversation, will not affect me. When it's done, I'll go back and look at it. So you must have a way of dealing with it. We all have coping mechanisms. God has given each one of us coping mechanisms. Exploit it. Anger. If somebody writes me a mail or a letter or something that is annoying, that my first reaction is, what the hell? I don't reply. I may take 2 days to reply him. By the time I'm replying, I'm calm, I'm collected. I'll respond in a manner that makes him know that I know my onions. Most cases, and it has always worked for me. It's either the person backtracks or we come back to a conversation. Even now that I still have customers and clients, and client is still the boss. So I may say I don't have a boss, but I have a boss in my clients. When my client annoys me, I don't respond on time. I don't respond in anger. So learn to, because at the end of the day, you want to come out tops in whatever you do. You don't want to leave any negative impression on anybody or whatever. By the time you begin to do that and say to hell with you, then you will actually be saying to hell with that client or to hell with that opportunity. So please don't make enemies. Always try to make friends. Thank you.
Okay. Please give them a round of applause. Okay. Our next question is, what are the things that did not work out for you in the line of career progression or in business for the entrepreneurs amongst us? And how did you learn from it? Also, what is the biggest obstacle that you had to overcome when starting your business? So I'll take that again. In career, what are the things that did not work out for you that you learned from along the way? And also, what is the biggest obstacle that you have faced in business? So I'll start first with the first question, career.
Okay. When I started the company, I feel I used to think that I'm a patient person, but recently I discovered that I am not, because I almost lost two businesses out of my impatience. And the first business I got was during my speech that I spoke about. It was even the guys in-house. They were pushing me because somebody in their team said what he wasn't supposed to say, and I got angry, and I told them I wasn't doing their job again. So it was now an issue of them trying to persuade me to do it. So after that encounter, I had another encounter again. So I discovered that I think I'm not always very patient enough when it comes to those kind of things. I do it's not a do or die affair. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, that means God says it won't happen. But I think then I was very, very wrong. So recently I started paying close attention to those kind of things. So, and it has improved greatly. So when I was leaving my paid job, one of the very first things that happened was fear. Where were we going to be getting the jobs from? Who was going to be giving us the job? But like I said in my speech, one of the things I did right from while I was in school was to build contact. It's very, very important. It's very, very important. You don't know that encounter that will change your life tomorrow. You don't know where it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, what is going to cause it to happen. So you have to treat every relationship, everybody you meet as a potential customer. It's very, very important. You have to treat everybody you meet, wherever you meet them, as a potential customer. So I was 1 week to my wedding. I got okay, let me quickly do a brief of a particular job. Okay, so there was this friend of mine that called me from
Country.
So there was this friend of mine that called me from Port Harcourt 2017, and he told me that there was a project he wanted me to see at Ojuwoye Mushin. And he told me I was going to be meeting some people, professional people too. So I journeyed down to Ojuwoye. When I got to Ojuwoye, I discovered that it was a project I wrote an indemnity letter concerning. Then Union Bank used to be one of our major, what's it called, clients. So there was this project they were doing in Ojuwoye Mushin. They had a project in Ojuwoye Mushin. So they contracted us to help them look into the building, the integrity of the building. So when we did our integrity test, we now discovered that the building was not habitable again. So I wrote a letter directly to Lagos, the general manager, Lagos Building Control Agency, telling them that that building was a disaster waiting to happen. So I wrote a letter concerning the project that it was a disaster waiting to happen. So immediately, Union Bank got the project. They moved their branch out of that place immediately. So there was a church. There was a church on the 3rd and 4th floor. It was a youth church. It was a Redeemed Christian Church of God youth church there. And immediately they saw Union Bank parking out. They came and asked the manager that what is happening, and he told them that see the report we got to. So they started moving their things out again. So it was the same project that my friend brought me back to. So immediately I saw the project and I was like, God, why? So when I got inside, the pastor met me and he was like, what can you do? So I started sharing my opinion and thoughts about what could have been wrong, how we can do it. And I told him that one of the things I do that I read during my leisure period, I read about stuff in engineering a lot. So I told him that in the Western world, precisely in the UK, and our standard is guided by the British standard, that they do not pull down buildings to rebuild them. They re-engineer buildings. So I told him that this is a case of re-engineering. So we can have another structure while we still maintain what we have. He said it's not possible. He said 2 professors that come from Unilag and they had knocked out the possibility of re-engineering. He said it's possible. Because, so we started the job and, anytime it rains like this, the pastor will call me. Yemi Ujoma Raw. And I'll be like, the building was going to collapse because it was, I was still working for a company, a reputable company that time. So after we got the building to about 70%, the pastor met me and told me that, I think you have not really discovered your potential. I think you have more than you give out or something. She said something in that line. So one day I just discovered that, whatsoever I used to manage myself, whatsoever I used to fend for myself is gotten from the streets and not from my paid job. So I just took up the decision one day to just let go through the help of some people that I spoke to, and and they were like, okay, Yemi, it's time to leave. So one of the things that helped me was a contact I had started building while I was in school. Immediately I jumped. I started calling people that I'm a loner now, and the stuff started coming. But one of the biggest challenge anybody that
you are disadvantaged. For me, I would love to address job seeking from the point of view of a person with disability. What should you do when you are interested in working in the corporate space, but every single interview you attend, you are denied based on your uniqueness? What would you advise I do now that I know that I have a lot to offer, though I am passively engaged on the side, but I would really want to work within the corporate space?
for me?
No, not exactly for you, but depends according to what you said. Plucking a leaf from what you said.
Listen to the first speaker that spoke. She spoke about how she self-taught herself in the human resources profession. Whatsoever they teach us in school, I think they are just abstract. Whosoever you become in life is your, how do I put this? Is from intentionality. You have to be intentional about who you become in life. So I think, like Wale said in his speech, there are no excuses. There are no excuses to greatness. Because the same platform you have now is the same platform somebody else in this gathering has now. And somebody is going to make something beautiful out of this platform today. So I think that working in corporate environment is relative to me, because there are so many jobs you can do from home now that you can earn a lot of money. Do you have the skill set? What is important is getting the skill set. It's not just getting the job. So oftentimes than not, we confuse them for each other. Getting the job, do you have the skill set to do the job? And when Wale was doing an illustration just now about product management, I think he spoke about problem solving, technique. You understand what I'm saying? Not creating another problem for the business owner. So how this person that I employed, how was the person able to create a product that can solve problems, for me, not adding to my problem. So what is important is, having that skill set. It's not just working in a corporate environment. See, one of the things I've discovered in life is that we live in a value chain system. Value will always attract value. If you have value, something about it is like a magnetic force. If you have something to give out, a couple of the speakers said that they never looked for a job. They never applied for a job. It's because they have value. There's something about them that somebody else wants, that somebody else needs, that somebody has identified. Is very, very important. If you have that thing, if you have built yourself in that value ecosystem, it will be easy for somebody that needs something, somebody that wants something to look for you. And also, what will people say when you turn your back? I'll take a cue from what Wale said that, if, for example, I'm a business owner and I'm looking for a professional and I have identified some people in this small hall, what would 2 to 3 people say about you is very, very important. It's very, very, very important. And that's where the sponsorship of a thing comes in. I have a brother who got a job with Patricia, and the job was settled in Dubai without him. It was his mentor. The Patricia boss was having a conversation with his mentor, and he said he's looking for probably somebody in the treasury. This is somebody that has never done treasury before. He has never done treasury before, and the mentor told the Patricia boss that I have a guy. He said, I have a guy, he can do it. And right there, they were even discussing the salary, and he was not there. I said, this meeting happened in Dubai. They finished the meeting in Dubai before they even put a call through across to him. So these are things you need to build yourself to become. What will people say about you? What will your small community, your small catchment area, what can they say about you? What are the values that you possess that can distinguish you from the other person? That is very, very important. Thank you.
Let me attempt to add two things to that. There was an experiment. Somebody showed a piece of paper with some dots on it. And he asked the audience, what can you see? Guess what? People could identify the dots on that piece of paper. Black dot, red dot. But nobody said they saw a white sheet of paper. So let me tell you, what you focus on enlarges. When you look at all the disadvantages you've got, you are missing out on all the good things that exist. Now, my personal rule in dealing with people is that if there is 99 things I don't like about that person, but there is one thing I like about that person, do you know what I do? I focus 99% of my energy on that 1% that I like about that person. Now, if you apply that rule to your relationship with people, you will have less people to really worry with. But then, let's go to the real issue. Don't always think that you are a bag of disadvantages. You are not. A lot of roles that you can apply yourself to don't have to be the conventional ones you are used to or the ones that deny you of that opportunity. So look within yourself. What do I have, even with my disadvantages? By the way, there are gold medalists who competed just because they were disabled and they won medals for the country. So there are still amazing things you can do. Maybe you just tell yourself there are amazing things I can do. And that can be a good start. The second thing I want to say is that you need to put yourself out. So let's imagine that there is a professor of agriculture in this room. And there is one random guy who has a blog in this room. If I am preparing for my maybe master's or I'm trying to do a research and I go online and I saw this blog run by maybe an 18-year-old guy because he went to the library and everything he saw in the library, he just typed everything and put it in the blog. He is the one I'm going to reference when I'm doing my research work. But do you see that professor over there that puts all his knowledge in his head, doesn't share with the world? I'm not going to know that he exists. So there are people in this room that the world does not know you exist. Let me tell you why. When I Google your name on Google, what do I see? Do I see you on Google? Pick your phone now. Type your name there. Do you exist? Good. How can you exist online? Open your LinkedIn page. It's been a long time I've been on Facebook and some other social media, so LinkedIn is like a forte for me. I'm a career person. Then, if you got any knowledge that you found useful, why not tell the world? That's what Twitter is for. Share. Let people know that you know what you know. By the way, there are people that have gotten jobs. Do you know what they did? Everybody's looking for a job and they are complaining. And maybe they are a UX designer or they are a graphic designer. They will just do some of their artworks, put it there. People will see it. Recently, I saw what Don Jazzy tweeted about some of the stars that he has worked with. And he said it's because they put their stuff online. For some of you, your idea is so precious to you, you don't want other people to steal it. Don't worry. They won't even see it, and nobody is going to hire you. But there is one smart person in this room who will take the initiative and say, how can I put myself out there? See, you can't be looking for a job and you are the only one that knows you are looking for a job. right? See, people have gotten job not because they were looking for it, but they are like, I should hire that guy. So just imagine I need a talent right now, and I read your article, how you solved a problem. So who else do I need? Now, I'm only telling you things that work for me. So a few years ago, there is a company called AfroCap before Uber and the rest came on board. See, they practically asked me to come and work with them because I was writing. And maybe some of you have visited the website I've written on, TechPoint, TechAbal. I was writing on growth stuff. So there is another company, Max, Max.ng, Metro Africa, great guy. So far, they've raised like $150 million. See, they literally called me into their office. It wasn't an interview. They were trying to sell their company to me so I can leave everything I was doing to work with them. If I will run an experiment, I will resume only one day in a week and fix their problems for them. That gig was earning me the same amount I was earning from my regular job that I resumed to 4 days in a week. How did it happen? I can look at Jumia, for example, and say, see the smart thing Jumia is doing. I will just write a blog about it and post it. Before I knew it, people started to consider me as an expert in that space. And that can be you. You don't need to have a PhD before you can do stuff like that. Let people know the things you know. See, the people that will hire you, some of us might be afraid. If I wrote everything online now, they will just go and do it without me. See, the people that can pay your bill, they just want to have an idea that you know it. When the conversation for hiring happens, they will be the ones selling themselves to you. You won't discuss, they won't ask you to bring your CV. So for this job, nobody asked me to bring my CV. They were doing their best to get my attention. Just because I wrote a blog, Abby, so I started writing the blog. So ask yourself, what can you really do? Put yourself out there. Be that 18-year-old who writes a blog. Don't be that professor who keeps all his book offline and nobody knows he's that smart.
If I'm permitted to add, I feel compelled to even start, just a couple of comments from where Wallace just ended. I remember one of the jobs I had, actually, when they approached me. Like I said, I didn't apply for the job. When they approached me and we spoke about salaries, and I just laughed. I'm even earning more than what you people are offering me where I am, so why should I move? Do you know what happened? They regraded the role from where it used to be to a director role, because that was the only reason why I will leave. I told them if it was not a director role, I'm not interested. So depending on how you position yourself, that could happen. But the question, if I go back to the question, I think it's a bit specific about having disabilities and, being constrained or feeling. Firstly, you have to train yourself. I don't know who that person is, and it's not even material to know who the person is, but I want to challenge that person or whoever else may feel that disabilities or certain conditions, I don't even like to use the word disabled, I like to say differently abled. If you are differently abled, then you should not allow that condition, whatever it is, to define you. By the way, a lot of multinational organizations now, and I work for one, and I'm proud to say so, diversity and inclusion is now a big agenda item in the big corporate world. So if I go back to the question, this person is actually interested in a career in the corporate world. So maybe it's not, someone who has entrepreneurial persuasion, but is feeling that being differently abled is a constraint. Actually, it's not, because organizations are creating opportunities specifically for people who are differently abled. And if you, as Wale and Yemi said, if you demonstrate your ability in that constraint that you think you have, you will be a hot cake, not just for one organization. Let me share an example with you. In my organization, we run a scholarship scheme. We just did the presentation for the awardees this week. And part of what we've decided as an organization is that, a certain percentage of the scholarships that we're going to be awarding every year, we're going to reserve for people who are differently abled. Now, that is an advantage because, if there are 100 slots, the whole world is fighting over 90 slots. But you are in a category that the corporate world is saying we need to, achieve better balance, better inclusion, better diversity, and therefore we're going to offer an advantage to this category of people. So you mustn't see that, situation as a constraint, but rather see it as an opportunity. But it is important you have to put in the work, you have to put yourself out there, you have to get that versatility, that knowledge that demonstrates that you are going to add value to the organization you're going to, and you're not going to be a liability.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions. But please, in case you have more questions, please, you can reach out to them privately. They will share their contacts with us so that we can reach out and ask them questions one-on-one. Obviously, after the program, we'll have networking session where you can get to meet them and, get experience from them. Thank you very much. So before we go, final thoughts. We want to hear a word of advice for the youths, for the young people here, both as career people and also as entrepreneurs. Final thoughts on the program. How do we harness our opportunities with a global consciousness? We'll start from Architect Rotimi, please.
Thank you. Well, for me, final thoughts, and I'll put it down like part of what I've learned here today, the panel of speakers, and together answers based on the question. Final thought is that be prepared. Always be prepared. Success is not a destination, it's a journey. It comes with ups and downs. Prepare for it. Looking for a job is a job. So you'll be prepared, and when the opportunity, because the opportunity, at times the opportunities pass you by, but because you are not prepared, you don't even recognize them. So be prepared. That's, for me, is a big takeaway. And your generation is already tech savvy, mostly social media savvy. Fine. My generation is not. But at times when somebody was talking about his first salary, 25,000, my first salary was 300 naira.
Sir?
So that tells you where I was coming from. I mean, it's a different generation altogether. So the different generation altogether. So, but your generation has humongous opportunities. So many things are now put out there. In fact, for someone like me, the internet world is intimidating. There's so much there. But for you, it's not. You've grown with it. So I will, but like Wale said, there is a lot you can learn online. And I use YouTube a lot, but mostly what do I do on YouTube? I listen to music, I check out the news and current affairs. But now, I know I can learn a lot on YouTube. Anything I don't know, I can go on YouTube and learn. Anything new I want to experiment with, I can go to YouTube and learn. And there's continuous learning. Don't limit yourself to what you do. In actual fact, school just prepares you for the world. What makes the world happen for you are your soft skills. And you learn that from interaction, from networking, and from the way you develop yourself. Never be afraid to read. You meet great minds in books. Yeah, you meet great minds in books. That's why you can pick up something that somebody had written 1,000 years ago. I'm sure some of you would have read most of these motivational speakers. Yes, those people have lived and died, but their thoughts are there. You meet those great minds in books, so don't be afraid to read. That's one thing I've also seen you with your generation. You stay on the internet a lot. To pick up a book and read is difficult. But I think he has solved the problem today. Go and read it on YouTube. Luckily, there are a lot of audio books as well. You don't need to read. Just plug in your headphone and be listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Barrister, can we have you?
So, in addition to all that's been said today, I'd like to leave you guys with the thoughts. Be deliberate in everything that you do. And being deliberate means that every action, every plan that you have, you're asking yourself, am I adding value to myself? Am I adding value to my society, to my community? Repeatedly, we've spoken about how, the skills you have, the gifts that you have, and God has given every single one of us gifts. You just need to find what that gift is. How do you apply that gift to solving someone else's problem, solving the problems that's bedeviling the world? And that success that they're looking for will most certainly come. Integrity is extremely important. Unfortunately, it looks like in the world today, not a lot of attention is paid to that, but it remains important. There are many people in the world today, and even in our country, that are quote and unquote successful, but you cannot even trace the source of their so-called success. If you value success only in terms of money or material things, then maybe you would consider those people successful. But how many of them have been exposed? We all know of Ramon, right? He's cooling his heels somewhere in a jail. But overnight successes. Please be deliberate in everything that you do, in developing yourself, in developing your career, look after yourself. We've spoken about mental health. I'm not a mental health expert, but I know enough. What has gone on in the world over the last 2.5 years with COVID has literally changed the world, and therefore everyone has a responsibility to themselves to make sure that they are taking care of themselves. And finally, be unconstrained. The world, we're talking about global opportunities and harnessing those global opportunities. Be completely unconstrained. There's nothing you cannot do if you put your mind to it and you pray. You must first work so that the prayer that you pray will, God will answer your prayers. So feel unconstrained in the pursuits that you go after.
Thank you very much, Barrister.
Let's tell ourselves the truth. You are either going to discuss Peter Obi, Tinubu, Buhari later this week, or you've done that already until the elections are over. See, none of these people really hold the key to your future as much as yourself. So I encourage every one of us to get involved, in the political space. But much more than that, don't expect that your greatness, your blessing, or otherwise is only going to be based on the outcome of the next election. People made it big during this Buhari that everybody is complaining about the economy. Ask yourself, why not me, right? Whoever becomes the next president, you and I will still be alive. Even if everything went great, not everyone might make it. So you need to take your time. And I'm also asked, what are the opportunities that exist even now? A lot of my friends are either in UK, US, Canada, or they are planning on making the trip. But I spoke to one yesterday, and he was telling me about a $100 million dollar deal that is close by. And I told myself, well, next week, you have to be where this your friend is. See, there is great value when you learn from opposing sides. So people are traveling out. Ask yourself, why? If I stayed in this country versus those that jackpot, am I going to be in a better position? What's my plan? That is on one side. Then on the other side, this, my friend, is the stickler for Nigeria. But he is discovering opportunity in Nigeria. So I also want to hear his side as well as hear the sides of my other friends that have gone. Then I can now mix and match and find out what is best for me. So don't think that what happens with the election is going to determine the rest of your life. Take charge of that now. Gather all the information you need. One more point is that you need to realize that we make our plans, but it is God that blesses it. So that God factor, our prayer life, our devotional life, don't be too much in a hurry to execute your plan without asking God's opinion. There is a scripture I have been praying, and I believe it can work for you. See, there was a time in the Bible that there was famine. It was so bad that even in the king's palace, the horses did not have anything to eat. But there were 4 lepers. So they woke up that morning. They were not sure what to do with their lives. They were living in the outskirts of city, right? But the Syrian army was in the other side. Even in Samaria, the horses in the king's house didn't have food, much less of these guys. But while they were making up their mind, they went in a direction. And we know the story if you've studied the Bible. So one of the personal prayers I have is that God, lead me in the direction that you are blessed. See, God has sent a word through the prophet the other day. But these guys were not even aware because they were not living in the city. They just went in the right direction. So make it part of your daily prayer, weekly or monthly prayer, that God should lead you. You might never know. That job you got that you thought was not good enough might be the springboard you need. By the way, I think around 2010, I resigned. You know, this internet marketing thing. I wanted to make money with it. I spent 3 years of my life. It didn't happen. I was broke, right? But the next job I got was for a business development associate in a real estate firm. And when they told me I got the job, I was like, when are the rest of my mates resuming? Because other people came with a bigger profile than mine. So I was like, could possible now. Show my candidate on my moon. Well, you was smart to now. That means when I'm you'll be 5. Or I'm number 4. But guess why they wanted me to work with them? They believe that my digital marketing skill, which I failed at making money with, I can add it to my business development role and be successful on the job. So what did not work for you before can be that stepping stone you need. So 2 things: have a plan for yourself, apart from what everybody says about politics. And secondly, put God first in everything you do. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Engineer.
Oh.
In a nutshell.
Well, mine would be that you should have the spirit of I can. It's not just a mere confession. It comes from the place of intentionality. As in, I can. No matter how hard it may look, no matter how shaky it may look from the beginning, have the spirit of I can. There's 1001 things. I do tell people now that I can teach myself how to use any software by the grace of God now, because the resources are available on YouTube, like Wale had said, because somebody had been explicit enough to teach that particular topic. Even people go on YouTube to learn how to cook. So whatsoever I just need is just to have a smart TV, have my laptop, connect, and be doing it the way the same person is doing it. And I'll be pausing, do, pause, until I finish the process. You'll be amazed that Bizagi, after the first day, the next thing I did was to do the documentation, which I was never taught. I just went on YouTube, and there were several videos concerning documenting a Bizagi model, and that was what was helpful. It was not easy. It was not very, the same way life pattern is not a straight line. It was not very easy, but it's a step at a time. It's always a step at a time. Also, try as much as possible to be valuable. It's very, very important. You have to be very, very valuable. In that simple task you are given in church, in that simple task you are given, in that small community you belong to, do it with all your mind. Do it with your best. You never can tell that little assignment what you might in turn bring to the table for you. So it's very, very important. Don't just do it with like what you consider, no. And be always optimistic. You know, be always optimistic. Don't have this mind of I cannot do it. I know this one can never work for me. I've never done something like this before. So be optimistic that this one can work for me. Also, like every other speaker had said, there is a God factor in all of these things. Oftentimes and not, what we do as young people is that we bring God when we are now confused. we invite God in the middle, or when we had already run our race, finished, that's when we invite God. Let God be the foundation. Let him be the one to direct our paths. It's very, 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 very important, because you don't know that encounter that will change your life. Every writer that you see is one book that they wrote that changed their story. Every motivational speaker is one speech that they made that changed their story. So you don't know when the encounter will be. You don't know how the encounter will be. It could be this event. It could be a life-changing process for you. It could be from this moment that you start developing yourself, retracing your steps back. So it's very, very important. So I will leave you with this prayer. And the prayer has always been my prayer, that God, my hands should touch opportunity.
Amen.
My eyes should see opportunities.
Amen.
My legs should walk into opportunities.
Amen.
Because there are times that the opportunities are there, but we cannot identify them. But if this constantly be our prayer, that we walk into opportunities by ourselves, that when we see opportunities, we'll be able to identify it. And don't be a jack of all trades, please. It's very, very risky for a youth. And like we had all already heard today, that we should narrow down our idea to probably just one or two, so that we can perform excellently well. We can do excellently well in it. And I pray that as we leave this August meeting, that the spirit of excellence will come upon us in the name of Jesus. Because it was the spirit of excellence that made Daniel, 10 times better than his colleagues. That's a distinguishing spirit, a spirit that that make you distinct. Because there are times that you my daddy says, Mr. Rotimi, he said the portfolio that was available, it was any more than the portfolio. Guess what they had to do? They had to elevate that portfolio. That's what they call unmerited favor. You understand what I'm saying? Unmerited favor. So whatsoever we do, we should always ask for that, favor that our certificate does not even merit, that our personality does not merit, that will distinguish you, that will make you like 10 times better than your colleagues. But you have to put in hard work, diligence, hard work, and most importantly, integrity is very, very important. No matter how much you say it. I like money so well. A lot of people know me, but I had to say no as in a couple of times. When something is a threat to my independence, I say no. I'd seen a project before that was a disaster to happen, and they gave me about 4 million naira in cash, and I said no. And I was then broke. In all fairness, I was then broke. But I said no because it was a threat to my independence. So please, in whatsoever we do, let us have this principle. And I want to trust God that a lot of us are Christians and born-again Christians, and we are guided by the principle of our Lord Jesus Christ. As we go home, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for our panelists one more time. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much. I mean, words fail us to express our gratitude to you all for coming down here. But I just have one fun fact question for the rest of you. If making money wasn't an option, like it wasn't a problem or anything, what would you be doing?
One word.
In one word, what would you be doing? I mean, if you didn't need to make money, money was not a problem. Once you wake up in the morning, you snap your finger, food is there. You need to buy this designer, it's there. So, so if money was not a factor.
I'll be playing football.
Oh, okay.
Although I can't play like I can play in my head now, but the things I can do in my head, I can't do them on the field anymore.
That's why. Aki, what would you be doing?
For me, I would love to remain a lecturer.
A lecturer. Whoa.
That's one job I've done. That's one job I've done in my life.
Okay. I would have been an actor. Because I love acting. But I've been asked this kind of question before on another platform. My long-term goal, maybe after I retire, is to lecture too. Voluntary, no salary, nothing. I feel like our institutions are lacking experienced professionals. And that's the reason why we are getting this half-baked education oftentimes and not that. We have to go back there and put ourselves out there to learn by ourselves. So I feel like people like us that have experienced the world, need to go back to school to teach, young people on the things that we had seen, experienced, and all of those. Not just somebody, a lecturer using 1970 book to teach us in 2022. No, it's not.
All right, then thank you very much. And last but not the least.
Ordinarily, I like, just so I would rather spend my time talking to people. But on a normal day, I just want to sleep.
Please put your hands together for our panelists once again.
Am I permitted to add one more?
Go ahead.
So you said it's a fun fact question. Actually, what I plan to do once I retire is pro bono legal service.
Oh, that's great.
I still have, even though I haven't appeared in a court in like 17 years,
wow.
But if you tell me there is a court case on Monday, I will be there.
You prep up.
And
All right.
I have everything that is required.
All right, then please put your hands together for them once again. Please put your hands together for them as they take their seats. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. While we're trying to wrap up the program, we'll be wrapping up in a couple of minutes. I would like to welcome on stage. Okay, he's here already, but he needs no introduction. He's our very own Babafemi Adetifa.
Okay. All right. So good afternoon again. For me, it's a privilege to be here, and I'm really happy that we actually executed this. We planned all this within a week. As at last Sunday, we had nothing, but yet God took control, and to God be the glory for all this. I also want to use this opportunity to actually appreciate our guest speakers. Thanks for coming. It's a privilege for me personally to see Mr. Rotimi because I worked in Guinness and I left Guinness because I was bored. Yes, I was bored. But yet, let me also say this because I got 2 jobs. Okay, my current job and my last job with Guinness, I got them on LinkedIn. So I'm very addicted to LinkedIn. So for young ones out there, instead of to be addicted to, I don't like TikTok anyways, but yet I would allow you to be addicted to LinkedIn and sometimes do Twitter too. I learn a lot too, also on Twitter. So on behalf of the executive body of this Ajikiri, I want to say a very big thank you to everyone. Thanks for coming. It's been a great success for us. Also, more importantly for me too, let me also say a big thank you to our chairman. He's actually the brain behind this. It's a privilege for me to work with you, Dami. As last year, we never saw this coming, but yet your tenure gave birth to this, and I look forward to work more with you, Dami. Thank you very much for everything. So, on a final note, we also want to appreciate our speakers. We got gifts from our sponsors. And it's nice for us to have our chairman to do the presentation as we close the day.
First and foremost, I would like to say that for the last question that was asked about disability, I think I have to open at this point. I was the one that asked the question. And a lot of people would not understand. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't know what. but today is a testimony for me that I can do a lot of things. That's my own thing for today. It might not appear to you that you have achieved anything today, but for me, I just got the validation that I can. I don't know what you are thinking from here, but please I beg of you, if there is anything that you have seen, or there is any capacity that you have, this is the time for you to emerge. TELex Owutu is the emerging leader. I am an emerging leader. I don't know about you, but I can say, I am Minola, I am an emerging leader, and I hope we will all be there. So, amen. Not amen. So on behalf of the entire Owutu youth body, I would okay, let me read one after the other. This is a branded product from one of us, a member of the house, and he worked with letters, and we have been able to brand a what do we call a belt, an office belt, and we would like to present it to all our speakers, and we hope that you'll be wearing it so that, and as long as you wear it, you will always remember TELex Owutu for as long. And we also hope that this will be a reminder that next year we can always call on you and you'll be available with us. So please, we would like to call on the engineer on one
Shay, you call the name. He said I should call the names. He was telling me to call the names.
Next, we have architect Oluwale Rotimi. Thank you, Mr. Rotimi Odushala. Finally, Mr. Wale Ogunlade, please come up on stage.
All right. Quick one, please. We want to invite the 4 panelists available to please come on stage for one single picture. So after that, I'll do that. My phone. After then, we want the chairman and the vice chairman to join them. So please, you can pick out your phones and take these pictures as well. Tag TELex. Please take as many pictures. Let the flashlight get into their eyes. They've given us wisdom we've learned today. So thank you. So please, a moment, sir. Chairman, vice chairman, organizing committee, please join them because this is just a one-time opportunity. You don't want to miss this. So please join them. I have to join them too. So please, let's jam our hands together. Let's jam our hands together for them. They've done really well. I've learned so much today. I can't just get out of this. So quickly, we want to do. Please, before we go, we want to do something quickly. One of our sponsors is giving out 5,000 vouchers to anyone here, and this is what we want us to do. Please, quickly, pay attention, quickly. Now, some of our panelists made some very unique statements to what is part of what that helped them to in deciding their next stage, or what helped them develop that tough skin, help them to strategically decide how they have to live their life, or how they have to face each of the peculiar tasks that came across their way. Now, I'll be mentioning just one of each person's statement. Now, anyone that can tell me or tell us who made this statement from each of the panelists get this voucher. So this means that if you've been penning down, you've been writing, you can quickly go to your note and check it out. So this is for those that are not cramming, but they are jotting. All right. So somebody said, and please, it is not 3/4, it is not 4/5. It has to be. I have how many questions? There 4. Okay, I have 4. It has to be 4/4. You got 3? No. And it has to be. Let me not give that expo. I'm about to say something. Okay, so someone said, one of the parents said, always prepare for the job. Getting a job is a job. 1. Hold on. Value attract value. Another person said that. Another person said, be deliberate in making your decision. Then another person said, information is a clear way to grow bigger. If you can answer the 4/4, please step forward and tell us your name accordingly. If not, I'm going to go